engineering, and the second one, engineering education and the future of work. Tutaanza muda si mrefu. Niweze kuwaomba wote wanaoingia waweze kujaza nafasi ambazo ziko mbele. Karibuni muweze kuingia katika hizi nafasi ambazo ziko mbele. Karibu muweze kuchukua nafasi zenu, tuweze kuanza. Allow me to introduce the session chair for the session number 2, and this is none rather than Dr. Pendo Bigambo. She is a lecturer at the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering at the University of Dar es Salaam, whereby she is involved in lecture delivering in the area of textile technology and materials engineering courses. She also supervises students' projects, mentors junior academic staff, and research assistant, and takes administrative duties at the department level. She is also a coordinator for the postgraduate studies at the World Bank funded Higher Education for Economic Transformation HEET project within the department. She has previously worked for Mbeya Cement Manufacturing Company in Tanzania as a mechanical engineer trainee and as a technical assistant for Camira Fabrics Limited in the United Kingdom. Dr. Bigambo holds a PhD in textile technology from the University of Leeds in the United Kingdom, Masters in technology in textile technology from the University of Manchester in the United Kingdom, and Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering from the University of Dar es Salaam. Her research interest includes eco-friendly coloration of textile materials, application of natural dyes for natural fibers, but also sustainable textile and recycling or reuse, nanotechnology, and she's currently working on 3 projects, including modification of sisal fibers for textile garment application, reusing of waste cotton materials through electrospinning nanoprocessing technology, and sustainable dyeing of batik materials from natural dyeing. In November 2018, she was awarded a 2-year Early Career Fellowship for Women Scientists from the Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World, that is OWSD, based at the World Academic of Science, UNESCO. And she has previously received research funds from the Directorate of Research and Publication of the University of Dar es Salaam, the International Development Research Center, through the Carleton University, and the GCF Foundation, which is based in Austria. She's a registered mechanical graduate engineer of Engineers Registration Board, Tanzania, and active member of the Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World, or WSD. That is Tanzania chapter, where she's constantly evolved in encouraging women and girls to participate in STEM and their related fields through the outreach programs and workshops. She's a member of Board of Directors for the National Development Corporation of Tanzania, where she also chairs the Human Resource and Administration Committee. She's also a member of the East African Standard National Consultative Committee and a chairperson for the Sampling Procedures and Testing Method Technical Committee of the Tanzanian Bureau of Standard, TBS. Naomba tumlete mbele kwa makofi mengi sana session wa chair namba 2, Dr. Pendo Nandiga Bigambo. Makofi mengi sana kwa daktari. Karibu sana uweze kuchair session number 2.
Sana event manager, my sister, Engineer Nancy Mduma, for such a powerful introduction. Good morning, everyone. As I have been introduced, my name is Dr. Pendo Bigambo, and I'm from the University of Dar es Salaam. And I'm really glad to be here today to be chairing this morning session. We have two presentations. And the first presentation will be on recruiting and retaining diverse talents in engineering, while the second presentation will be on engineering education and the future of work. So without wasting much time, I would like to call upon my two presenters who are very successful engineers to join me at the stage. The first presenter is Engineer Said Rizwan Kadri. Engineer Kadri is a civil engineer from the University of Dar es Salaam. He holds a number of postgraduate certifications, including in design of high-rise buildings and design of seismic structures. He has over 36 years of experience in project and contract management, multidisciplinary coordination, civil and structural design, site supervision, and geotechnical investigations. He is currently the Managing Director of RIS Consulting Services Limited, but he has also held other managerial positions, including Managing Director of Q Consulting Limited and Principal Engineer for Howard Humphrey Tanzania Limited, just to mention a few. Engineer Kadri is affiliated with a number of professional institutions, including the Institute of Engineers Tanzania, IET, and the Engineers Registration Board of Tanzania. He is also a council member for the Federation of African Engineering Organization. He was the IET president during the 2020-2022 interim, president of the Association of Consulting Engineers Tanzania, ASET, in 2016 to 2018, and the board member for Plasco Limited in the period of 2015 to 2020. Now I would ask you to please help me in welcoming on stage Engineer Kadri. Engineer Kadri.
Makofi mengi kwa Engineer Kadri is also the elect president of FIDIC. Tumpigie makofi.
Thank you very much. And now our second presenter, who is Engineer Dr. Dennis Mwigusa, a registered professional engineer in the area of computer engineering and ICT, researcher specifically in science, technology, and innovation policies, consultant and professional coach with an experience of over 10 years. He holds a PhD in image processing from both Kallox Teachers University in India and Chinese Academy of Science in China. He has a mechanical engineering degree in, he has a master's engineering in signal and information processing from Tianjin University of Technology and Education in China, and bachelor engineering in computer engineering from St. Joseph University of Tanzania. He's a member of a number of institutions, including the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, IEEE, the Asia Pacific Signal and Information Processing Association, the Institute of Engineers Tanzania, and the Engineers of Registration Board of Tanzania, again, just to mention a few. He is the Executive Director of the Research Society of Information Technology and Artificial Intelligence, Research Fellow at Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy Research Organization, STIPRO, and the Chairman of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers Tanzania chapter. Engineer Dr. Mwigusa has previously worked with DEN Consult Tanzania Limited as a CEO, Tianjin Highlander IT company in China as an information technology manager, Government of the United Republic of Tanzania as an IT analyst. He has lectured at different universities and managed multi-million-dollar projects in and outside Tanzania. Audience, naomba niwaombe tena mnisaidie kumkaribisha Dr. Engineer Mwigusa to join us on the stage.
kwa mhandisi.
Okay, nawashukuru sana, and now we are going to start with our first presentation, which will be given by Engineer Kadri. You're welcome, Engineer.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Yesu Kristo asifiwe. Thank you very much for a very rich introduction. And I was actually looking forward to be here in Zanzibar to meet the wonderful people here, as well as be able to give that little which I have. As advised, the topic today is recruiting and retaining diverse talent in engineering. However, I just want to see how many of you here are going to be recruited. Can you raise your hand, looking forward to be recruited? Nobody wants to get recruited? Nobody wants to advance his or her career? Oh. And how many of you would be retained where you are? You don't want to move from your office or your company to the other one? You want to stick to where you are? You have not seen people who can employ you here? Oh, that's not good. You know, yesterday I was going through the WhatsApp group and somebody said that you women, if you are not in Zanzibar, change your employer. Did you read that? You women, if you are not in Zanzibar, change your employer, because your employer is not taking care of you. You are supposed to be where life is, where the people are wonderful, where the MC is speaking without getting tired. Have you ever seen that? Thank you very much for that. I would like to go to the next slide, please. Now, my today's presentation has got some keywords. The first one is what we are talking about, diversity. And why I'm going to touch on these cardinal issues is simply because retaining, recruiting has got an affiliation with these keywords. So you have to understand what diversity is, because every one of us is unique. Our human characteristics are different than the other. The talent, the background, the race, and whatever you have is different than the others. So you need to actually know what your potential is, and we are a diversified community or a society. Then we look at the second keyword, which is inclusivity. Because you can be diverse, but if you are not engaged, you are not valued, you are not participating, then the diversity fails. It will not reach to the level that is required. Finally, we have these two wonderful words which I started with, and I saw that nobody was interested in getting recruited. You are happy where you are. Maybe for next 100 years, you would like to sit on the same chair. And we also talking about recruitment, whether you understand. It's the acquisition, the employment, your ability to get employed. You have to consider yourself as a product. If you don't consider yourself as a product, you are not sellable. You study hard, MSc, PhD, and so many degrees, simply because you want some recognition. You become a product, and people look for you rather than you look for them. And then we need, every organization has to close its exit door, which simply means that you have to retain the talented engineers you have, and you close the exit door so that they don't go away. I have trained many, many engineers in the country. I don't say I'm a good mentor, but I have mentored those who were awarded yesterday as well. They did not leave me, but they thought that it was right time for them to start on their own. So the thing on the recruitment and retention is that one day in your life, you should stand on your own feet. Are we all together? Thank you very much. Next slide, please. We have 6 objectives today to cover, and I've been given 30 minutes, so I hope that I'll have to rush somehow in some way, but we'll try to manage within the time to go through the very wonderful objectives. First, we need to understand what the benefits of diversity are. If we do not understand the benefits, we will not sail together easily. So please, you'll have to focus on that. Then we are going to look at the differences between both diversity and inclusivity. Thirdly, we're going to now look at the important part of my presentation, how you recruit talented engineers. Because every engineer here is or has a talent. Either you do not recognize it, or you know it is with you and you have recognized it as a product. So when I say I'm going to recruit a talented engineer, even if it is a graduate from the University of Dar es Salaam, it is easy to be able to speak to him or her. So how we recruit them. The fourth objective will be how to promote retention, which simply means that we do not want who you train, you spend your time on, and then he or she leaves immediately after 3 years. Because I have had somebody manage to design a 5-story building. I had trained him, and after 1 year, he said, now I'm a professional engineer, I'm going to open up my own business. But that is not enough. If you can design a 5-story building, only one building, it doesn't mean you know everything. Am I correct? We have the entire ocean in front of us, and it's just a speck. So try to learn from your superiors and mentors as much as possible. Finally, I'm going to look at measure of workplace success. So wherever you are working, wherever you are employed, there must be some pointers to tell you that these indicators are good, and they are telling you that there is success here, and the firm has outlined success for your development. Next, please. So in the benefits of diversity, first of all, we're looking at increased creativity. If I give to one engineer a question, he will come with one answer. If I give the same question to 5 engineers, they will come up with different answers. Are you aware of that? Even if you design a simple beam, or even if you go into the textile engineering and say you want to design a fabric, everybody will come with his unique ideas. But when we look at the increased creativity, out of those 5, there could be one which collectively will outshine the others. So the benefit, first one, is that when you work together, all the ideas which come together, then the creativity is increased because you are not working on your own. Secondly, we are looking at increased productivity. Increased productivity is simply because there is innovation taking place. And where there is innovation, solutions for different occasions. If there is any issue, you get the right solutions in a very good manner. That is, we say that the productivity is going to increase exponentially. Third one is attitudes. Some of us are very stubborn. We do not believe in change. There are people who still want to drive the cars which are on manual gears. They do not want the automatic cars. And I have seen that up to now, as I stand here, some people in Dar es Salaam would love to buy vehicles which are gear 1, gear 2, gear 3. We have to change with time. So the way the things were happening before, it is not necessary that we should continue with it. There must be room for improvement. And we have to change our attitude, and that is what diversity will bring into forth, because you have so many engineers together with you, so many people there. You work together with them and make sure that you can be the force of change. We are looking at the fourth item, which is more effective process. if processes are to be outlined in the right manner, there must be collaboration. We must work together. And that is what we call team building, working together. When you are at home, you've been given an assignment, you go home, you think about it. In the morning, you are so much in a rush to go back to the office simply because your idea is fresh in your mind. That process is still working. And why you go to work is because you need a platform. At home, there is no platform to reproduce your idea. You need to share the good things which you have so that you can get a platform and present the ideas. So collaboration works out well, and the result is that we can expedite what we require. Finally, if you agree with me, is that with diversity, there is an increase in motivation. Your potential is fully realized. You are inspired to perform. With all these benefits which we have discussed, the main thing is that you get recognized for what you deliver or what you can deliver. Next slide, please. Yesterday's presentation by Ms. Peruzzi was fantastic. You agree to that? And she left out an indicator that we engineers have to work out of the box. We do so much mathematics. I have a son who refused to do engineering. He's saying, everyday mathematics, what is it? So he became a lawyer. I've got a daughter, she said, Dad, no, please. So she's a biomedical science graduate. You see, what happens is that when we do our work, we forget that there is an outside world. And in our offices, when we get a project, we know exactly what we require. But believe you me, that as engineers, we only think of the engineering benefits. We recruit those people we think they may be useful to us. But that is where the problem is. If we think out of the box, we have the HR people like Ms. Peruzzi. She can actually guide you to not only what you need, but what you can progress with. Will we be thinking out of the box? Are we going to think out of the box? The yes is yes. We need big yes. Yeah? So if you look at diversity, it does refer to differences we have, whether it is background, whether it is cultural, whether it is a race, whether the knowledge base you have. That is what diversity means. When you look at the inclusivity part of the diversity, it is how you can get engaged, how your knowledge is valued. If you think of corporate social responsibility being handled by your office, you need to carry out certain things, and your office is of a multidisciplinary nature. And you have a project whereby you'd like to donate a lift in a hospital. And you have a mechanical engineer sitting in the office beside you. You don't appoint the mechanical engineer to do that particular work, and you could give it to somebody who is an environmental engineer. That is where you create an issue that there is no inclusivity. You don't value your engineers. You don't value your staff. So that is the basic things which we see, that how diversity needs inclusivity to be there. Then we see that with diversity, you need to bring people together. You need to have them come into a location where you can breed them, where you can work with them. While with inclusivity, once you have brought them together, how do you strategize them? You see these football teams, Simba, Yanga, Manchester United, which I really love as well. They have diversified type of players, yeah, from all over. In fact, if you look at this team in Saudi Arabia, they've taken Ronaldo, they've taken Mbappe, somebody, all together, they are brought together. It's a diversified club. They have a common goal. However, when they play, the common goal is to win. So each player reads the other one. So when the goalkeeper kicks the ball, he knows exactly whom to pass. He'll never give it to the opponent. Am I correct? That is, now they are inclusive. Then we look at how diversity makes you achieve what the recruiters are asking for. And the main thing is that how we eliminate bias. Unconscious bias, conscious bias, and all those biases which was very much debated about. And that has to be eliminated. And that comes with diversity, that how you eliminate bias. But at the same time, in inclusivity, there is psychological satisfaction. Nobody needs to be burdened in his workplace. When your employer knows you can repair one calculator, the next day in the morning you'll find 100 calculators on your table. You see, that is overburdening. No inclusivity. So we have to sidetrack that one. Now, finally, diversity and inclusivity has an interlinkage thing. It's interrelated. That diversity relies on inclusion for successful execution, while it is vital for diversity to work, you need inclusion. Next slide, please. Now we're going to the most important part, which says recruiting talented engineers. When we recruit engineers, I recruit engineers, but we should know it's a two-way traffic, because the person who needs to be recruited as well, he's going to see you, look at you, and find out what is good about this company that I should work with them. We should not think that it is a one-way traffic, that we want somebody, I want Dr. Gemamodu to come and work with me. She will also try to find out that whether this company is worth working with or not. So don't forget, when you want to be recruited or when an employer wants to recruit you, these two things are to be related. So the first one is to create an inclusive company culture. The company culture is attracting somebody to be able to join you. They want to see whether their talents will be valued or not in your company. I don't know if you know about Maslow's theory of 1943, whereby people would like to be valued. There shouldn't be ego. You see, we have our own personal satisfaction and needs. So the hierarchy of need is very much important. I would actually request you, when you go back home, you can use your smartphone and Google about Maslow's, and that will really help increase your knowledge of how recruitment, retention, diversity, and inclusivity will help you out in your life. Then we develop a diverse recruitment strategy. In order to reach more diverse, talented candidates, you cannot just sit in an office and say that I'm going to get talented engineers to come to my office. You need to advertise. But you need to advertise in the right manner, because some people do not read some newspapers, don't we? There are certain newspapers we don't miss out. And at the moment, what do? We post on LinkedIn, isn't it? How many are on LinkedIn? Yeah, you see, that actually gives you what you want. If you don't know, please don't feel shy. Get into it, LinkedIn, register yourself, and become a product. That is the recruitment strategy you have to have. And that is the recruitment strategy which an employer will have in order to identify how many likes you have. When you post on Facebook, just don't post things which are not of material interest, but there are certain things which you post, and the number of likes. For employer, we go to your Facebook and see What do he or she post? Is it garbage or is it something useful? And that helps us to realize that in our strategy, we can look for somebody like him or her. We need to go. Many of the countries, I don't know, in Zanzibar and Tanzania nowadays, we do not have witch hunting. The students who graduate, whether they have first class, whether they have upper second, or whatever, they have to look for their own places to work. In UK, if you have studied in UK, they come and look for you. We need to create that culture. Thirdly is that we need to eliminate bias in hiring process. Our managers who interview, they might have this unconscious bias, which I totally agree. They might have the conscious bias, like what was discussed yesterday, saying that because I have worked with somebody 3 years ago and he can do the work, let me employ him. But then there is something which calls semi-conscious bias, which I think is a stupid notion. Because it simply means that you are not sleeping, you are not awake, but you are trying to think something which you think could relate to what you want. The solution to this is that the training managers or the hiring managers should have a structured interview in place. They should not interview people from things which are not normal. You know, you cannot ask those questions which are totally not relevant. Sometimes they do, or sometimes we do, and it is not fair. The other thing which we need to do is that there must be an evaluation criteria set up. After the interview, you must have the evaluation criteria to see whether he or she is suitable for the job or not. So that recruitment process will really help and make sure that we have diversified staff. Finally, we have how do we offer inclusive benefits and policies. The recruitees or those who wish to join your company will also look at what benefits are there available. If there are no benefits, why should they join you? Are there any incentives? Are your policies good or not? And these 5 strategies are very much important, and I have basically worked on them seriously from where I am at different angles, and I would actually suggest that you grab them and keep them in your mind, because it's a two-way traffic. Next slide, please. Now, how do we promote retention? How do we close the exit gate or the exit door so that the talented engineers do not go away? Most important is mentoring. You must mentor your engineers, whether he is having a PhD or not. No PhD. You must mentor as an employer, so you have to match them. You know, sometimes we have that bias that I have got a PhD and somebody who is just coming and trying to tell me whatever doesn't work. They will have ego, inferiority complex, and some build superiority complex. So you have to match the engineers who can train the other ones. If you do this mentorship program, you will be very successful. I mentored somebody who had come with a PhD. I had no PhD. I have no PhD at all. Fortunately, I've done everything for whatever engineering is concerned. I've covered everything. And I ran away from doing my master's. I went to the college, I got my admission, everything was done. And then I came back because I got a big project in Dar es Salaam. At that time, they offered me huge amount of money for that project. I said, should I go for money or should I do my master's at that time? Long time back when I was still when this was still, full of hair. Yeah. So mentoring is very much important, and we must have sponsorship programs within our organizations. Then only you, me, he or she get attracted and will remain there. Secondly, we have to promote professional development programs. We have the CPDs, which are offered by various institutions and associations. But you can also generate those programs within your firm. Give them a knowledge base which will make them advance their career. We don't want our engineers to remain stagnant where they were. Now, after 2 years, same position. After 3 years, when they need to get registered, they are still there. And when they submit the registration document and they are told that unfortunately you cannot be a registered engineer because your document is incomplete, it's not proper. This is not good, isn't it? So I don't blame on the individuals, I also blame on the employers because they do not have a structured training program in place. So we need to make sure that that program is there and the opportunities which they get should not go by. So what we call is that they should have access to training, conferences like this. Going back to the WhatsApp which I read yesterday, everybody should be given a chance to come, participate, and enjoy the fruits of the networking. Because not only what you hear from us, that is not enough. You don't sit with a friend you know. That is the major mistake you do. Because I came with Talha, I'm going to sit with Talha. No. You sit with somebody else, exchange your business card. Networking is very, very important. If you don't network, and you spend 2 days coming from Dar es Salaam or anywhere, and you are going back with the same friend you came with, what have you gained? So this opportunity is a salient one, but it is very much important. Thirdly, foster an inclusive leadership team. The management should be of diversified nature. There must be commitment to inclusion. So when you are given an opportunity in your company or in your firm, then it doesn't mean that you have to produce what has to be done as far as a design is concerned. If you are doing SGR and you are supposed to do only telecommunications, but what other thing can you do? I should say that you should be given the opportunity to do a presentation to people that this is what I have done. And you get a personal satisfaction. Because at the end of the day, when you go to sleep, you are not satisfied. Tomorrow you will not feel like going to work. Is that correct or not? That you have done so much, you are not valued, there is no personal satisfaction. Next day, you will never reach on time in the office. Fourthly is build partnership with diverse communities. What we're saying is that there are different levels of diversity. It could be engaged with the companies, or you yourself are also going from communities to communities. If I'm praying in Dar es Salaam and today is Friday and I don't want to pray here, that is wrong. I'll engage with different people, isn't it? I'll come to know different people. I'll come to know what is happening in Zanzibar while I do my prayers and meet people. But the important thing is that when you associate, you increase your value. Correct? You are not what you are. I think somebody yesterday in her address said that after 2 days of you spending here, when you go back home, you are not what you were. You are a different personality. Unless you are very tired, like I got delayed when coming here, we arrived at 2 a.m. day before yesterday. And yesterday again, it was a marathon. So we get tired, so maybe we might sleep while not listening to the others. But we have to make sure we write down the notes and go back and see what was discussed. So associate so that you become a different personality. The fifth one is to conduct regular diversity and inclusion assessments. Not only the firms need to have the feedback from you, you also have to build your own feedback of what is being offered. Be the change. There must be appraisals. If there are no appraisals in your firm, you ask the management that I would like to be appraised. It will improve you, believe me. Where I worked with Howard Humphreys, which was later on bought by Halliburton, for 15 years. I never thought of moving. 15 years. Big numbers, yeah? But every year they would appraise, and after the appraisal, if you meet their expectations, you get a bonus accordingly. Isn't that good? Now you also have to present these ideas to the management, and the management here has to also look into it, how to make your value truthful. And it will give us personal satisfactions. Next page, please. Thank you. We have now steps to promote retention, which is a summary of what we have discussed. And the first one is that let us have projects in our firms which are of multidisciplinary and diversified nature. It will keep us all engaged. The back door, we want to close the exit door. Second one is that we have to look at the incentives and benefits package, and that should be competitive. If you are paying somebody 700,000 while the cost of living has gone up, and your competitors are paying more, then you are going to lose out in the race. It's a tortoise and a hare race. I know finally the tortoise wins according to the comics and whatever, but you need to see what is being offered in the market. Number three is ensure you recruit a qualified staff. Qualified staff simply means that it is easy to retain, because you know exactly what the ability is and how you can manage. But it doesn't also mean that the graduates who are still as intern are not qualified, because when I started I said that everybody has got a potential, and you must become a product in order for the employer to know what he or she can get from you. And when you go back home, try not to spend too much time on TikToks, too much time on Facebook. Look at those things. We are going into the fifth industrial revolution, I'm told so. So try to see those things which can keep you in the fifth gear. Staff should have a feeling of being not overwhelmed. When you go to the office and you know that your boss is going to give you a lot of work tomorrow, you'll definitely call for a sick leave. That I'm sick, I can't come. So please do not overburden your workers. Do not give them too much. Otherwise, they will not be able to carry it. And that is against the retention policy which we need. We should have work and life balance. We should appreciate the women, like Ms. Peruzzi said, that they can't climb up the ladder. It's difficult while they're pregnant. So there's certain work that men should do, some work women should do, but there must be a balance, there must be enough time. You shouldn't leave your office at 8 p.m. every day, that is difficult. In 1994, long time back, some of us were not born, I was with a female engineer in my office. She was a water engineer. I was a structure engineer there. And we had those big towers, water tank, and we were doing what they call National Urban Water Authority project, water supply. And it was supposed to go up. And she refused to go up. You know why? Because she has short dress, you know. How could she go up? You see, so certain areas we have to recognize the times that how we should dress ourselves, how we should go there, and how we should work. But the important thing is that there are certain things which men can do, certain things which should leave women to do, but there must be a balance in life. We should recognize and promote every employee, very important, when he or she exceeds the expectations. If you don't do it, definitely somebody else will steal the employee. They will take him away. Even me, I can do that. Very important. We go to offices, we should not get bored. There must be something very important, very interesting going on. Carry that out. We should be satisfied with the management. The management is our satisfaction. When you look at your boss, you feel happy, not sad. So that is very important. Ninth is the relief apprehensions on the company's direction or financial health. During COVID time, we had a lot of problems. There were no projects, yeah? So the financial health was shaky. So we need to see and know what the company is going to do and whether the directions they are taking is correct or not. Because after all, you need to be paid on your monthly salaries. As employers, we should not be derailed by other companies if there are opportunities there. Our efforts should remain, because what is yours is yours. What is not yours will go away. However hard you can train, they will go away. But with the steps I have mentioned, it will help you to carry out maximum retention. Next, please. So I have pulled up 6 pointers to indicate that yes, your workplace can be measured and you can be comfortable there. The first one is that the company where you are welcomes the change. If there are new softwares available and the manager or the boss says, no, we're still going to use the old one, Microsoft 2016, while there is Microsoft 2021, then it's a challenge. So if the company accepts, welcomes these changes, go for it. Number 2, they respect learning and communication styles. Everybody wants to learn. At whatever age, we need to, especially now there is artificial intelligence, we cannot leave it out. But there is another way of looking at this. You know, what I do, every project I have is WhatsApp group. For every project and for the company. So the engineers can share ideas and we can read through and see what is happening at whatever time, because ideas come and go. So the learning style has got different objectives to look into. Thirdly is the motivated, inspired and empowered staff. If your staff are empowered, they can do more than what you desire, and your company will be very successful. You see, nowadays what we do is when we even do the designs of offices, they're all open plan so that you can see each other, talk to each other. So open plan offices are also a measure of success when you look at motivated and inspired staff. Fourth one is, let us encourage open communication. We should be able to communicate with each other, and if that happens, yes, that is a measure of success. We need to look at psychological satisfaction in our workplace. If we are psychologically satisfied, we are happy, we are not overburdened, there is no pressure on us, there will be safety, and that is what you should look into. Finally, in a workplace, the cultural differences should be recognized. We should not point fingers at anybody, and if that doesn't happen, then it is a measure of success. Next, please. In conclusion, we have basically covered benefits of diversity. We've gone through it very well. We looked at the difference between diversity and inclusivity, and I gave an example of these football teams, how diverse they are and how inclusively they play in order to win. The goal is common. We looked at recruiting talented engineers, and I also mentioned that all of us have got talents, but we need to recognize our talents. If we don't know our potentials, then we have to now start building our potentials. Then we have to look at how to promote retention, which we did, and we discussed that psychological satisfaction is very much important, etc., etc. Finally, we looked at the measure of workplace success, that what will make us see the indicators and opportunities. Engineers' opportunities are like sunrises. The sun rises, that is the opportunity. If you wait too long and you are asleep, you will miss the sunrise. Next slide, please. So I'd like to leave this quote for you, that how engineers can look into something which the optimist says the glass is half full. The pessimist will say the glass is half empty, but engineer says it has been designed twice its requirement. Having said that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Kadri. Makofi hayajatosha jamani, tumpe mengine. I should also admit to be guilty when it comes to clinging to the people I know when I go to networking events. But guys, we should definitely change. Don't follow me from now onwards. We have heard that recruitment is not a one-way traffic, and indeed, we have also been told that you can be diverse, but if inclusivity is not there, then diversity will take you nowhere. So we should also put that in our mind. And I definitely agree with you that mentorship programs are really necessary. Even if you have a PhD, even if you're a professor, you still need to have someone that can mentor you to go where you want to be. Yeah, after saying that, now I welcome our second presenter, Engineer Dr. Dennis Mwigusa, who will be giving us his presentation on engineering education and the future of work. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Hello. Are we good? Tayari kusikiliza. Hatuoni nyota? Because if I remember what happened yesterday, it was really wonderful. This is one of the very best events that I've ever attended. Ongereni sana. Naomba we use a different mode to kujipongeza, like we pasha and then we choma, mara tatu. So pasha, choma, mara tatu. Well, wonderful. I'm not much conversant with protocols, but I try. My bosses, ERB Management, IET Management, IET WC Management, fellow engineers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, non-engineers, good morning. Well, humbled and honored to stand in front of you here today and make a presentation on engineering and the future, engineering education, the future of work. When I was actually, when I entered in this venue yesterday, I tried to look around and saw some pictures on both sides. Then I started asking myself, what is engineering? Because I saw on the pictures that are related to construction and building. Then I said, what about other fields of engineering? Nikajiuliza Engineer Esther hakujikumbuka, because I expected to see some telecom towers, servers, and all sorts. But then later I realized that civil is one of the oldest engineering programs, courses. Then it dominates the industry, it's okay. But later on, when I attended the Mama Mhandisi Award, I was very happy to see that among of the awards that were provided, one was for the construction company which is actually adopting emerging technologies. then and future trends. Then I said, wow, hata mimi nimekumbukwa. I'm an AI enthusiast professionally, as I was introduced. I had my first degree in computer engineering, then master's in signal and information processing, uchakataji wa signali na taarifa, then a PhD in image processing, artificial intelligence to be specific. So happy to be here, and technology is inevitable, whether we like it or not. Tukubali tukatae, we must have to adopt technology because it is inevitable. If we don't adopt it, then itatupiga teke. When I arrived in Zanzibar, I tried to use my Uber and Bolt, then let alone to realize that those apps don't work here. Then when I asked someone as to why we don't have this kind of facilities, they said, oh, zilikuja lakini wakazikataa. No, itafika wakati will have to be forced. The earlier the better. Because the world is moving too fast. Then we have to make sure we adopt the technology. Well, I believe in living a life by design and not by default. Mnakubaliana na mimi? Life by design and not by default. How many engineers in this venue here, they simply found themselves that they are already engineers. Pasipo kuwa wameplan wala kujitambua, walijikuta tayari ni wahandisi. Mikono? Hakuna hata mmoja. There is one somewhere there. By circumstance. Labda uliambiwa kwamba bodi ya mikopo itakupa 100% na vitu vingine kama hivyo, and then you found yourself in engineering. So many of us, we became engineers by design. Ni sahihi au si sahihi? And we have good examples of, I heard engineer Juliana yesterday. She gave us a case of our children that she has an engineer and a medical doctor, if I remember correctly, but also engineer Zainab, and many others. I think we have designed the lives of our children. I've already designed for my children. I know who is going to become a medical doctor, who is going to become an engineer. So all of us, we can do it. Tunaweza kufanya hivyo. And we can end up having many engineers as much as we can. Well, now I'll start with a statement by Melinda Gates from the book Power of Lift, which was actually published in 2019, page 27, that if you want to lift up humanity, you have to empower women. This is the most expensive and pervasive high leverage investment you can make in human being. We say if you educate a woman, you educate society or a nation. Kama tunakubaliana hiyo, then we are good to go. Next. Well, there are a number of ongoing initiatives in the world, which the one we have today is one of them. But I've also tried to identify some of the initiatives that if you're interested, you can go through those links indicated. The slides will be shared with you, and you can register yourself and attend those events. Because if you attend as much events as you can, it's when you get connected, you collaborate, you network. So we have IEEE, Women in Engineering International Leadership Summit. This is a yearly event, and it's going to be held on December this year in New Zealand. IEEE, this is the International Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. It's a global organization with a presence in more than 160 countries in the world, and I'm the chairman in Tanzania chapter. Next, that is another event, a Silicon Valley Women in Engineering Conference. It has already happened this year. It was on March this year at Silicon Valley. But again, same next year, be having the same kind of an event. Next, we have Women in Engineering Summit. This is a global summit to be also held this year, around October to November in Sydney, Australia. Next, that is one of the world's largest events organized by Society of Women Engineers. It's going to be held on October in Lagos. Next, this is international conference of women engineers and scientists. It's also going to be happening in New Zealand this year. Next, there is a collaborative network for engineering and computing diversity as well, February of next year. And there's so many other events that you can try to look by yourself, and then you see if you can manage to attend. Next. So well, Women in Engineering Initiatives. This was addressed by Bodgan. She's the Executive Secretary of International Telecommunication Unit. And she called on 3 key actions to address gender imbalances in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM, and drive digital gender equality globally. First, she talked of getting girls into STEM at an early stage. It has to start from the roots. Not until when you are in Form 6 is when then now you involve these women to get into STEM-related programs. So it is to start from very early stages by empowering women and girls with the digital skills they need to succeed. But secondly, we have to ensure women and girls have equal access to digital technologies and opportunities and base decisions on solid facts and data. But thirdly, giving women a special seat on a digital table to make decisions in every organization. Next. Well, we had a research titled Engineering Education Capacities, how engineering ecosystems are preparing students in Africa for employment. This was done by our organization, and we had a dissemination workshop earlier this year. And in this research, we looked on 3 key factors. First, on supply and demand of engineers in SSA, Sub-Saharan Africa. We are looking on the state of quantitative and qualitative supply and demand of engineering practitioners through doing a benchmark between the SSA countries and other regions in the world. But we are also looking at the factors behind oversupply, undersupply, and understanding the projections in different engineering disciplines. Secondly, we looked on impacts of the engineering fields, the results of establishing relationship between engineering, training, and employability. So we are looking on the importance of engineering towards meeting national development plans, the role and challenges around the provision of adequate and high quality engineers for Africa industrial development. And lastly, we looked on employability of African engineering students, the role of industry, university, and government, and the status, the linkage among us themselves in shaping the engineering education. So we have already done the publication for that research, and I can share with whoever is interested the paper, so that you can have a very good understanding on. Yeah, I thought I should bring this on table because it somehow relates with what we are discussing today. Next. Here is a framework for 21st century skills teaching and learning that we have to make sure for the engineers that we are training, they have life and career skills. They have to be trained on innovation skills as well. But also, we have to reflect on the 21st century themes. We have to know what are the themes and then making sure that we impart this kind of knowledge to the engineering students. But also, they have to be equipped with information, media, and technology-related skills. But also reviewing of curriculum and instruction, the professional development. We have heard from Engineer Kadri about the professional development. I think there are a number of initiatives going on from ERB, IET, and many other, even IEEE, we are also doing the same. And we are accredited by ERB to offer those professional development units. Next, importance of diversity and inclusion. We have had a lot regarding to this from yesterday by Ms. Perus, and Engineer Kadri has discussed a lot about diversity and inclusion, and there are a number of benefits of making sure that we adopt diversity and inclusion. Next. So why does it matter? We have heard a lot as well. Talent acquisition, performance, innovation, reputation, responsibility, financial performance as well. That is the most critical. Next. So, which are the myths? Do we have shortage of engineers? Tunakubaliana? Is it true that we have shortage of engineers? Like serious? Pamoja na wingi wetu huu leo hii, we have shortage of engineers. Okay, you said yes. Do we have shortage of experienced engineers? Is it a fact or fiction? It's a fact. Shortage of experienced engineers. Is it true that the graduates are unemployable? Is it a fact or a fiction? It's a fact. Why? Next. So, shortage of engineers, the myth is busted. Shortage of experienced engineers, this is confirmed. Graduates being employable, this is plausible. What have we done? Have we given them the appropriate education and training for them to become employable? For them to become experienced as according to what the industry requires? That is a question we should ask ourselves. But again, I think we are moving well, and we have a number of initiatives that are ongoing. At the universities, I think we have introduced the HEAT program, which is actually meant to make sure the industry are now going into universities to give the practical experience to the students. There is an establishment of these, the so-called industrial advisory councils, which are meant now to identify the professionals in the industry to go and lecture into universities, giving the practical experience to the students so that they get to understand what the industry really needs. Next. Yeah, but also to address industrialization in the country, we need to determine the adequacy of the engineering workforce to understand what are the gaps and what are the solutions that needs to be done. First, we have to determine the numbers in the workforce. We have to determine the needs based on the current workload, demands of policies and planned projects. But we also have to determine the inflows from higher education to identify the successful initiatives in place and lesson learned, but also to determine the gaps and how to address the gaps by following the existing successful models and developing innovative solutions. Next. So here are the sector challenges. Again, Madam Ruth Perus yesterday talked of the stereotype persistence, but we have the traditional engineering culture. What is the traditional engineering culture, if I may ask? What culture do we have? Kwamba engineering ni ngumu, sijui ni hesabu, it is not meant for women, it is meant for men. So we have to stop from having that thinking perspective. But we do have lack of role models. Even those that we have are not visible. The role models. What needs to be done? Then we have to make ourselves visible. Let's go viral. Let's inspire, let's motivate even the upcoming engineers. But also isolation problem. Next, if these challenges are addressed, then we'll be in a better position. So, well, there is a very big gap in knowledge doing. And as I said from the very beginning, IEEE has a number of initiatives to reduce the knowledge doing gap. So we are connecting the students with the industries by making sure now they become practical. They get experience from what is actually supposed to be happening in the industry. But we do offer trainings. Hata kama unataka mtu kutoka NASA. That is a very good thing of IEEE. We have a number of professionals from different parts of the world. Even if we need a trainer from NASA, sijui wapi, name it, hatakuwepo. And it's a volunteering organization. They will simply come and they will do what is actually supposed to be done. So next, the market is changing. Why? Because of the market uncertainty, technological uncertainty, and competitive volatility. But next, the world is also changing. I remember we used to make references from encyclopedia, which was actually, as of 2022, it has 20,000 articles. But now here is the Wikipedia with 58 million articles. Next. But keeping to sharing. Freak, that is one of the oldest social media platform with 112 million users, despite being the oldest. Then it came Twitter with 368 million users, and Facebook with almost 3 billion users. Next. Technology trends. From creation of new contents to creation of new connections, we can connect. It is not necessary that we have to meet physically. You can connect with anyone from any part of the world through the online platforms, and you can do some great things. You can do work. Nowadays we are using even these platforms in our day-to-day activities, the Zoom, the Google Meet, and of the like. But these new connections that we are creating are a result of creating new communities. Next. So here are the statistics for employment against deployment in Tanzania. We have an average monthly salary of 1.2 million Tanzanian shillings. Next. Next again. Yes, what does it take to succeed career-wise? In order to succeed in the career, what really does it take? First of all, you must have an intention that you want to succeed in your career. When you have an intention and you live to that intention, that becomes a behavior. When you practice that behavior, it becomes an habit. You just find yourself that you want to practice it, that you want to do it. Then it becomes an habit. When you do it again and again, that becomes a practice. From the practice, then you find yourself now it is becoming a second nature. By being the second nature, then it simply becomes who you are. Success has a number of events, involvements of risk-taking, a number of failures. You have to fail and fail and fail and fail. Doubts, a lot of doubts. Criticism. You will experience sometimes being criticized, but you should keep moving and moving and moving. You need to have discipline, to be very well disciplined in what you are really intending to do. But also sacrifices. You have to make a lot of sacrifices. Rejections. Wangapi mwamewahi kuwa rejected? Sio wengi. So you'll be rejected here and there, but you should never stop if you want to succeed. Late nights. Hakuna kulala mpaka kieleweke. Sleepless nights. And I think for this event that we are seeing today here, however successful it is, for the organizing committee, wanaweza wakawa ni mashahidi kwetu. They have spent a lot of sleepless nights to make sure that it is happening today. Engineer Esther, Nancy, are you good? Is it true kwamba you had late nights to make this event successful? Now you can agree with me. Persistence, hard work, and definitely you will become successful. Next. Choosing a career, it is either you attract or you be attracted uniquely. This is like a magnet, attracting like a magnet. And attracted uniquely, you become unique, just like a fingerprint. It's unique. Next. So, employers, what are their expectations? They need someone who is creative, someone with communication skills, someone who is willingly to experiment, someone with the ability to work on the team, someone with passion and leadership skills. Next. And what are the worst work experience? Wangapi wamewahi kufanya kazi sehemu wakawa very much bored with the working environment? You find a very bored working environment. Higher. Stressful. Unethical environment. Frustrating. Those are the worst work experiences. Next. The best work experiences. Wangapi? Who have experienced the best working experience? Mbona mikono michache sana? Wengine wako neutral. Wangapi wako neutral? Naniangusha. Well, so the best work experience, you observe the rewards, advancement, whether it's in the career, equality, inspiring, freedom, motivating, excitement, and of the like. Next. If we teach today, as we taught yesterday, we rob our children of tomorrow. As a computer engineer, if you teach a computer engineering student today, C programming, utakuwa unatengeneza kitu cha ajabu sana. Because we have already transformed from that long time ago. So, we have to make sure that we are looking a very good environment that aligns with the current situation. By understanding what is the situation currently and then adopting that kind of environment. In higher learning institutions, I'm not so much sure kama kuna vyuo ambavyo havina projectors. We are still using the boards and chalks. maybe Dr. anaweza akatusaidia hapa. But I think with the current environment, we have to make sure we are making use of technologies. And I like the fact Professor Sedeka presented yesterday on digital transformation and leadership. And I must congratulate IAA. I've seen they have a master's program where you can do it online. You attend the lecturers online by using the online platforms. And you only meet physically maybe during exams. So if you are busy at work, but you can still manage to study something at the university. But there are also some of the universities which I'm sure they are also adopting this kind of technology. Even though I remember during the COVID-19, we developed an online learning platform that was actually demanded by some of the higher learning institutions. But when the COVID ended, that was the end of it. Lakini tulikosea. We don't have to do that. We have actually to make sure kwamba we are using these platforms, because that is where the world is going. If you say today kwamba, oh, if wanafunzi akisoma online labda hawezi kuwa vizuri, hawezi kuwa nini. Sasa kama vyuo vikubwa kama MIT, Harvard, Oxford, wapi wana online programs, wewe ni nani useme kwamba tukitumia hizo online platforms they won't work? Tutakuwa tunajidanganya. Au unaongopa daktari? Next. So the gap is widening. Next. What is the right thing to do? What is the right word for that? Jana, engineer, Miss Peruz, sorry for calling her engineer. I remember there is a name that we, for those non-engineers, if you are close to engineers during your studies, there is a name which was commonly used at the universities, calling those non-engineers. Niliseme au nisiliseme? Manguini. That was a common word ambayo sidhani kama wenzetu wanalipenda. But yes, we do depend on each other. Unapojenga nyumba, tofali kama tofali haliwezi kusimama peke yake. Tofali inahitaji mchanga, inahitaji simenti, inahitaji maji, ili liweze kusimama. Lakini nyumba iweze kusimama inahitaji nondo, inahitaji tofali, inahitaji. So we do depend on each other. And that is why now we should not only rely on engineering courses. We must have soft skills as engineers. So next, entrepreneurship. Engineers should have an entrepreneurial mindset. This is very, very important. Ni wahandisi wangapi wajasiriamali? Ongeleni sana. If you want to be successful in engineering, then it is very important to have an entrepreneurship mindset. Because when you have this kind of skills, then it is a way towards being successful. One step at a time. Next. Next. So yeah, these are the graduates, the outcomes, attribute skills for the graduates. The outcomes, we are expecting that we need to have graduates who are complex problem solvers. We are expecting by this, then they will be able to deliver the complicated projects. We are expecting to have the graduates with knowledge, not graduates wenye vyeti. They must have knowledge. The graduates who can share, who can remix, and who can capitalize on new ideas. The graduates who will embrace change rather than fighting change. The graduates with innovative and entrepreneurial mindset. The graduates with global thinking, collaboration perspective, but with strong ethics. And at the end of the day, they'll be able to deliver the research-related projects, the multidisciplinary project, problem-based learning, project-based with global collaboration, strong liberal education. Next. Next, please. So, lecturers' quality and professional certificates, that is important. But we need to have a digital learning environment and student total learning experience environment. Next. From being a teacher-centered to student-centered, from teaching to facilitating, we should not end in teaching, but we also need to facilitate the students. From lecturing to learning experience designing. Next. Next. So, well, this is a campus. By adopting technology with internet facilities, then the whole campus becomes a learning space. You can learn from wherever you are within the campus. You can see the students are seated outside of the classroom with their gadgets, but still learning. Tuliambiwa jana tutumie vizuri is internet facilities. Internet should not, is no longer a luxury. It's not a luxurious thing. It is actually a basic need. It is supposed to be a basic need. Na hiki ndicho tunapambana nacho kila siku. When it becomes a basic need, then even if talking of the digital economy, tutakuwa mahala pazuri. Next. Collaborative learning. The students should help each other, should collaborate during their learning. But they should also be eager to learn from each other. Kwa sababu huwezi kujua kila kitu. We do depend on each other. Kila mmoja kuna maeneo ambayo yamejaliwa zaidi kuliko mwingine. Next. Yes, with lots of projects, engineering students need to perform a number of projects. They need to make a lot of presentations so as to retain more knowledge, to have confidence, and to manage to cope with what the industry needs. Na hiki ndicho kitu ambacho wenzetu wanatuzidi. They are much into projects-based learning. You find even the undergraduate programs wanafanya vitu vikubwa sana. You may remember when I was doing my master's program, when I was going to the laboratory, I was actually meeting the undergraduate students who were the one who were showing us a way, training us nini cha kufanya. Those professors are assigning those undergraduates to train us kwenye hizo nani. So you can imagine, mwanafunzi wa masters unafundishwa na mwanafunzi wa undergraduate. But it's because they are practical based. Wanafundishwa practically. Wanafanya vitu vikubwa sana during their undergraduate programs. And most of these mobile phones ambazo zinaletwa huko, unakuta ni simu za majaribio ambazo wanatengeneza vijana wa undergraduates, and many other things. Next. Yes, competition, we by awarding the students based on the competition, they becomes more inspired, becomes more motivated, and this pushes them to more learning and acquiring more skills. Next. Classroom without walls, the 3-wall principle, that we can learn from wherever we are, not necessarily that we should be on the classrooms in order to acquire these skills. You just find a place where you think you are comfortable and you can keep learning and learning. Next. Technology-enhanced learning. Examples of game simulation by providing meaningful learning, as it provides many dimensions of the real world. but mobile learning. We have seen some students seated outside the classrooms. They are learning with their gadgets, but also the flipped class online lectures. You can have it at home, and problem solving in the classrooms. Next. Lifelong learning, that is also very important. Not that when you are already left the university and now you are working, then you stop learning. Learning is a continuous process, is a lifetime process, because the knowledge that you acquire today, if you don't update on 3 years, then it becomes useless. So we have to make sure we update ourselves with different skills as according to the environments. But we also need to attend a number of short courses programs that we think might be useful for our careers. You can see from the picture, kuanzia mtoto mdogo mpaka mzee, yeah, still learning and learning. Next. If you say I'm a BBC, but before computers, then I cannot use a computer, then you are done. And the fact you are an engineer, itakuwa ni shida. So well, here is a continued learning. Half-life of engineering knowledge. If you spend about 0 to 2 years without learning, then your retained knowledge becomes around 50%. But if it goes up to 4 years, then it decays up to 20-something percentages. If it goes up to 6 years, then it becomes below 20. And if it goes to up to 10 years, then that one may be around 4%. So that is why it is important to make sure that we learn each and every day. We get to adopt on new skills and knowledge. Next. But we also need to adopt the living laboratories rather than traditional laboratories, which are usually isolated from society and industrial community. The living laboratories, they realize different viewpoints. They find new insights and ideas to change perspectives, but rethink about assumptions and finding new insights, ideas by focusing on new perspectives. Next. So, well, what are the attributes, successful attributes for engineers of 2023 kuendelea mbele? An engineer must first possess the strong analytical skills. An engineer must exhibit practical ingenuity and process creativity. We have to be creative. But as engineers, we must have good communication skills with multiple stakeholders. As engineers, we need to have a business and management skills. We need to have leadership abilities, but also high ethical standards and strong sense of professionalism. This is very critical to the engineering, to the engineers. But we have to be dynamic, agile, resilient, and flexible with any environments that we are working. But engineers, we need to be lifelong learners. Next. So well, Tom Boyle spoke of the importance of network quotient, or capacity to form new connections with one another. And this is as to why I started by sharing you some of the ongoing initiatives that will make you get more connected, and then you are going to acquire the network quotient. And if you don't collaborate, it's up to you. You decide whether you collaborate or you die. You don't collaborate, then you become useless. Next. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Asante sana Engineer Dr. Mwigusa for your presentation. Makofi tafadhali, hayajatosha. Engineer Mwigusa has reminded us to adopt the current environment, and particularly he's talked about technology, and if we don't adopt it, he said technology tatupiga teke tuondoke zetu. But he has reminded us that you need to use technology wisely. So the Facebook, when you're using Facebook and TikTok and the like, make sure you're using them effectively, not to post things that are not really necessary. Thank you very much for giving us all those opportunities that we can all grab. He has presented us a number of events that will be happening in the next year. So I believe some of us will have an opportunity to take those potential opportunities. Soft skills, yes, he has emphasized on soft skills, which I believe is missing among most of engineers here. So we should try as much as possible to make sure that we are going in line with soft skills. I agree with the fact that we need to keep asking ourselves on what we should be doing to ensure that we increase the number of experienced engineers, but also ensure that engineering graduates are employable. And me coming from the academia, I believe that it is one of my tasks to ensure that the graduates are employable, but I believe the employers as well are we're supposed to work together. The academia and the employers, we're supposed to work together to ensure that the graduates are employable. He gave us a number of key things that are really inevitable when you need to succeed, and I hope every one of you will leave out of this room remembering these items: criticism, sacrifices, failure, rejection, sleepless nights, persistence, and hard work. These items are inevitable when you need to succeed. Kwa hiyo tusiogope kukaa macho, kukesha nasi, tusiogope kufanya hiyo. But the most important thing he said, we need to keep on learning. So guys, we really need to keep on learning ili tuje tukakuta tunafika kwenye 4% ambayo amepresent hapo. Asante sana Doctor for your very good presentation. Tuwapigie tena makofi presenters wetu tafadhali. So basically, to sum up the presentation, the two presenters they're coming from different angles, but they're basically addressing the same issues, which are around engineering education, employment and employability, but also life at workplaces. And you will all agree with me that these are very important when it comes to the growth and the sustainability of engineering industries. I don't want to go back and summarize all that they've talked about because I believe you guys have a lot of questions to ask. So I'll give you the chance to ask the question, but for the interest of time, I'll ask for 4 questions first, and then I'll ask my panelists to respond, and then if we still have time, I'll ask more questions. So please help me to get the 4 questions. Thank you.
Any question? Kindly raise your hand. Au ukiwa mwanafunzi mwoga basi andika unipe karatasi. Oh, there's a hand here.
Nashukuru sana kwa wawezeshaji wa leo. Sijui nikizungumza Kiswahili kitaeleweka. Swali langu ni kwamba mashirika mengi katika ajira hapa Tanzania kutoka private sector pamoja na public sector, tumeona kwamba hasa kwenye private sector nafasi nyingi za ajira hasa kwenye hii profession ya engineering zimekuwa zikichukuliwa na wageni kutoka nje ya nchi, hasa kwenye zile nafasi ambazo ni technical au senior. Sijui nasikika? Sasa mimi nilikuwa nataka niulize, sijui kama tunaweza tukapata mwongozo hapa. Hivi kuna mkakati gani wa kitaifa wa kuhakikisha kwamba tunaweka priority kwenye local talent kwanza, ili kwamba zile nafasi ambazo zinachukuliwa na wageni unnecessarily zijazwe na Watanzania, na isitokee kama ambavyo tunaona sasa hivi vijana wetu wana graduate wanakaa miaka 6-7 hajaajiriwa, lakini ukienda kwenye private sector, kwenye migodi na sehemu zingine, unakuta watu kutoka nje ya nchi wanafanya kazi ambazo vijana wetu wa engineering wangeweza kuvifanya wanaotoka hapa Tanzania. Sisi kuna mkakati gani aidha wa kisera au ndani ya mashirika unafanyika kuhakikisha kwamba kuna hiyo localization na succession planning ya kuwaweka Watanzania ndio washike nafasi ambazo wageni wanazifanya unnecessarily? Asante.
So if you have a question, if you can also tell us your name before you ask your question, that would be great. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Halima Kidula from TIPA, Project Manager at TIPA. I just wanted to add on the presentation from the last presenter, Engineer Mwigusa, on the attributes of an engineer in 2023. So my addition is that we should also have emotional intelligence, because especially for the teleco companies, you have various generations working in an organization, so you have to understand your emotions and the emotions of others, so you can work well and create a good space for others. Because I think among the fields that work with people, it's engineers. There's a lot of people on site, in the office, from different fields, so emotional intelligence is also important. Thank you.
Asante wawasilishaji wa mada. Kwa jina naitwa Christina Nyaki, natokea Tanzania Atomic Energy Commission. Tunashukuru kwa mada nzuri mlizowasilisha, ila konsani yangu iko kwa habari ya mtu kuwa recruited, alafu baada ya kuwa recruited kwenye proper field unafika kazini, kwa sababu kuna kipengele kinasema na kazi nyingine zitakazokupa supervisor wako utafanya. Unapewa kazi ambayo sio professional yako, ambayo ni nani professional, ambayo inakudemoralize na kukutoa kwenye track. Je, kuna mkakati gani wa kumwezesha huyu mhandisi kupazist na kuexist kwenye field yake? Kingine, unakuta kwenye kazi, unapofanya kazi, most of our works tunafanya na mens. So unakuta kuna kazi ambayo ungeweza ukawapewa ukafanya, as long as wewe ni mwanamke, watampa hata aliyoko junior wako hiyo kazi kwa sababu ni mwanamume. Wewe mwanamke unawekwa pembeni. Tunaomba mtusaidie katika hilo, hasa taasisi za serikali.
Asante. Any other last question?
Hello, asante. Naitwa Madam Halima Mustafa Mtemangani. Natokea shirika la Mzinga, liko ndani ya Wizara ya Ulinzi. Mimi konsani yangu, kwanza nashukuru kwa ajili ya event, na nimekuwa mhudhuriaji mzuri sana kwenye hizi event za kila mwaka, iwe IET, iwe ERB. And konsani yangu kubwa ni kwamba kwanza naishukuru serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania kwa kuruhusu hivi vyombo viwepo. IT na ERB. Then nakuja kwenye concern ya sisi wahandisi wanawake. Mimi ni electrical and electronics engineering, lakini mpaka nimefika hapa nimeanzia huko underground. Unajua hata wanamuziki kuna underground na wale superstars. Kwa hiyo this moment kwa level yangu naweza kusema ni superstar, lakini nimetoka underground. I need to collaborate with you a good thing or a good idea. Mimi ni mzoefu kwenye career yangu ya uhandisi umeme, kazi za umeme ninazifanya, na nataka niwashirikishe wanawake wenzangu mpaka ninaaminiwa. Leo hii nina hii tag ya kijani, kwa maana kwamba niko kwenye ni moja ya exhibitors. Haikuwa rahisi, ilikuwa ngumu mpaka kufika hapa nilipofika. Naomba mnipigie makofi kwanza. Yes, ninaongea with a very sympathy kwa sababu ya nina mambo mengi ambayo nimepita kwenye maisha yangu. Ninachotaka kusema kwa kifupi nisiwaboe ni kwamba watoa mada wale walioyaongea leo huwa yanazungumzwa kila mwaka, kila event wanazungumza. And na mimi ni hodari wa kutake note. Hata jirani yangu hapa alikuwa ananiona na ananifuatilia. Nazingatia kama niko shuleni. Kama ingekuwa wanatoa mtihani basi ningefaulu. Lakini kwa nini nafanya hivyo? Ni kwa kuzingatia yale wanayoyazungumza. Kwamba kwa mfano mimi nikitoka hapa nikirudi nyumbani au kule kazini kwangu huwa nadaiwa report. Niandike ripoti ambayo nikirudi kule watakuwa enticed ili kesho ikitokea event waniruhusu. Lakini nisipopeleka report hakuna consideration. Na report itareflect nini? Itareflect umepata nini huko ulikoenda. So nitake kuwahusia ndugu zangu kwamba hapa pasiwe ni outing peke yake. Of course it's an exposure, but isiishie kuwa exposure. Nirudi kwenye niliposema kwamba haikuwa rahisi. Mnafahamu kwamba hatuna sisi wanawake tuna vikwazo vingi. Lakini naomba niseme tu kikubwa kwamba kuna yule mtoa mada wa jana, yule madam alisema kuna statement hii kwamba we don't care how much you know until we know how much you can. Hiyo ndio hatua niliyoipitia baada ya mwajiri wangu kuona kwamba nina something to deliver, ndipo aliponiamini. Kwa hivyo niwaase ndugu zangu tukaaminike. Katika kuaminika tuonyeshe kitu, ndipo tutapewa nafasi. Kupewa nafasi sio kazi rahisi, ni ngumu sana. Nashukuru sana.
Tukaaminike. Thank you very much, Nancy, and thank you very much all for your questions. Engineer Halima Mtamakali, may I take this special opportunity to congratulate you for your sleepless nights. I'm sure you have said yourself, so you guys please give her maua yake. Tunasema tumpe maua yake. Hongereni sana. Hongera sana Halima. I'll now welcome my panelists to respond to the 4 questions. We have the question from the first guy who did not introduce himself, unfortunately. We have one from Halima, we have one from Christina Nyaki. It was more of a comment, and then we have Halima Mtaki, also more of a comment. I'll ask you, Engineer Kadri, to start first. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I will first of all attempt to respond to the first question which came from speaker, saying that the local available engineering graduates or engineers do not get equal opportunities, and most of the work go out to the foreigners. Yes, not only that, not only in Zanzibar, even in other countries. I have fortunately traveled about 70% of Africa, from the French-speaking Anglophone and the Anglophones and the Lusophones, and I have seen this happening, that the foreigners come in and dictate the term. I was a project manager for a project in Benin, and they did not allow me, first of all, initially to start and assume the position of being a project manager. It's a huge project, simply because I came from Tanzania, and it's an Anglophone, and they are Francophone. Secondly, our design codes were different. And thirdly, the conditions of a foreigner working there, especially from Africa, within Africa, is so difficult. While somebody from France, for him it was very simple. However, I managed, and we did the project. So what we're saying is that our policies sometimes allow for foreigners to get an easy ride, which I agree. And the best answer for this one should come from the sector itself, which is mostly the Engineers Registration Board, that they can assist on how we can ensure that local content is given priority, number one. Number two, in case if we have the foreign consultants coming in, either they have a JV or an association. This will really help our engineers not only to learn, but also be able to participate. I do understand from Dennis what he said is that we have a half-life between 2 to 8 years, the knowledge decays, and we also know that whenever we speak on anything, and if you don't take your notes, you only gain 10% of what has been spoken, because that is psychology. I will leave the second question to Dennis to answer, because it's to do with the emotional intelligence. But I'd like to just come up and answer the question number 3 from Christine Yaki. She's saying that especially from where she is and the projects which they are given in the government, mostly men are given preference and women are left out, and sometimes even the junior men are given and the women are left out. That is, I believe, very unfortunate. Unfortunately for me, I have not come across this, but if it has happened with you, I do share my sentiments with you. However, the solutions are in the presentation I made, that when you get employed somewhere, it's a two-way traffic. You work where you are comfortable, where there is psychological satisfaction. Now, if it is only one-way traffic and they harass you all the time, not giving you any work, and a junior has been given this opportunity, it means you are in a wrong place. Secondly, we discussed that the employer needs to be taking feedback from you, all the employees. If he doesn't do, then you have to ask for appraisals. And I also mentioned that I worked 15 years with Howard Humphreys as well as Halliburton, who are the big people from America. And we had these appraisals. And if there are no appraisals, we demand for appraisals. And the appraisal is not only filling the forms, it's basically an interview with your employer or a manager. So that is very, very much important. And I believe that what is happening with you is the bias which you are speaking about, the unconscious bias and whatever bias there are in this world. To just briefly answer Halima, the last speaker, is that when you go back to your offices and say what you have learned, I can tell you that I've been attending almost all the conferences which have taken place, all the conventions in Tanzania, and I really congratulate Tawece for bringing together a fantastic theme, and this theme is very new. This theme has got no parallel because it comprises of those issues which are very current, very relevant, especially post-COVID information of what is happening. So they have come up with something which I believe when you go back to your employer and give them the synopsis of what we have discussed, they themselves will know that they missed not coming to the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Kadri. Engineer Mwigusa.
Asante sana daktari. Nitajaribu kugusagusa maeneo yote kama ambavyo yametolewa mchango ama yameulizwa. Nitaanza na mwakilishi wa kwanza. Aliongelea swala la nafasi za ajira ama kazi kushirikishwa wageni. Kama nchi tuna mkakati gani wa kitaifa kwa ajili ya ku make sure sasa tuna wazawa ndio wanashirikishwa kwa kiwango kikubwa kufanya hizi kazi. Kwa sababu mimi ni computer engineer, then nitaomba nizungumzie kwenye case ya kwenye hiyo perspective, lakini nikiwa na imani kwamba hata katika maeneo mengine same initiatives zinaendelea. Well, mimi nilikuwa ni technical lead wa review of the National ICT Policy ya 2016. In most cases nadhani policies huwa zinakuwa reviewed after every 10 years. But this is of 2016 and now we are in 2023. Miaka 10 bado haijafika. But why we decided to review the ICT policy? First, we have to understand kwamba talking of ICT policy, that is the engine ambayo sasa inaendesha taasisi mbalimbali. Tunaongelea technology hapo. Bila kuwa na ICT, there is nowhere we can go. Kwa hiyo that being the engine, ndio maana kwa na hiyo consideration of reviewing the National ICT policy. And I was the technical lead kwa ajili ya kureview your policy. Moja kati ya vitu vya msingi sana ambavyo tulivishauri, because at first we were trying to identify the challenges, then we were coming up with doing the gap analysis, and also providing the best recommendations for that particular policy ili iweze sasa ku-align na mazingira ya sasa. Kwa hiyo moja ya vitu vya msingi sana ambavyo tulivishauri ni adoption ya local contents. Na hii ndio swala sasa tunaolizungumzia kwamba to make sure kwamba our experts wanakuwa much involved kwenye hizo initiatives zinazohusiana na masuala ya kazi na ajira. Lakini pia the other thing ambayo tuliishauri ni training our people on different skills ambazo tunaona kwa kweli zina umuhimu katika nchi. Zile skills ambazo tulikuwa tunakwenda tunatafuta watu kutoka labda mataifa mengine kuja kutufanyia kazi, then we have to train our people to make sure that they have those skills and so that they become suitable with the existing environment. Kwa hiyo hiyo inaendelea, lakini hata vyuo vingi tu vimeshaanzisha programs mbalimbali ambazo zina align sasa na mazingira ya sasa. Mambo kama emerging technologies haya utasikia tu kwenye vyuo wameshaanzisha some programs za artificial intelligence, mambo ya machine learning na nini, all these emerging technologies. Ni vitu ambavyo tulikuwa tunavisikia tu kwenye radio na TV na watu wanaviongea kwenye mikutano yao, lakini sasa tunavyo. Lakini pia kuna hata short courses kwenye vyuo ambazo zinahusiana na hayo masuala ya emerging technologies. Kwa hiyo lakini pia nadhani mitaala inaendelea kuwa reviewed, na ili ni swala ambalo linaendelea kwa vyuo mbalimbali. Lakini pamoja na ku review hiyo mitaala, wameanzisha hizi programs kama hii ambayo niliongelea ya Industrial Advisory Councils ku make sure kwamba sasa wale ambao wako kwenye industry ambao wako practical sasa wanaingia vioni na kuweza kuimpact ile knowledge walionayo from the industry kwa vijana wetu, ili sasa waweze kuwa na hizo skills. Kwa hiyo pia nayo inaendelea. Kwa hiyo naweza nikasema ni moja kati ya mikakati mizuri tu ya kuhakikisha kwamba sasa tunawa-involve wazawa. Nikija kwa muulizaji Halima kutoka TIPA, yeye aliongezea on top of zile attributes ambazo niliziongelea. Of course niseme tu kwamba sio zile tu, ziko nyingi na nyingi zaidi tunaweza kuzifahamu ama kuziongezea, so long as kwamba unajua iko positive na it is really meant kwa ajili ya kuweza kuperfect mazingira yako ya kazi. Of course unapoongelea hiyo emotional intelligence, nakubaliana na wewe, kwa sababu if you use the emotion positively, then you can be able to manage the stress. If you use it positively, then you can be able to empathize with the others. Unakuwa na empathy, lakini you can simply overcome the challenges, but also you can be able to diffuse the conflicts. Kwa hiyo it is very very important, one of the very important attributes, na niseme asante pia kwa kutuongezea hiyo. Yes, kuna mwingine aliongelea kuhusu engineers kupersist kwenye maeneo yao ya kazi. Kwamba pia kuna, of course akaongelea kwamba unaweza kuwa assigned kufanya kazi nyingine ambayo hai-align sana na ile taaluma yako. Lakini mimi professionally pia ni project manager, na hata ninapokuwa nafundisha huwa nafundisha pia somo la project management kwa wale wanafunzi wanaofanya postgraduate programs. Huwa ninawaambia mara nyingi, especially engineers, that we should stop from being I-shaped to T-shaped. Yani unajua there is a difference kati ya I-shaped na T-shaped. I-shaped ni yule mtu ambaye sawa yuko deep kwenye eneo lake la kazi, kwenye eneo lake la taaluma, lakini ukimtoa nje ya hapo inakuwa ni tatizo. Yani hawezi kwenda nje ya ile taaluma yake. Sasa mimi huwa ninasema ni vema tukawa na T-shaped behavior, kwamba pamoja na kwamba ni mzuri kwenye eneo lako la kazi, lakini bado una general knowledge kwenye maeneo mengine. Ndio maana nadhani tumeshuhudia waandishi wengi sasa hivi after the first degree you can go for masters maybe in engineering management. Huo ni ungwini. Ni kujaribu kukupa skills sasa zingine zinazohusiana na masuala ya management kwenye hizo engineering fields. Lakini mambo kama ya kuna maengineer ambao wanafanya MBAs. Kuna engineer mmoja jana alituambia amefanya mambo ya diplomacy contracts diplomacy, sikumbuki vizuri. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri kuwa na hizi skills za maeneo mengine, unakuwa unajua, you have the idea, lakini pia unakuwa deep kwenye eneo lako la taaluma. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri pia tukajitahidi kwa acquire hizo other skills. Mimi kama project manager, inapotokea hata kama natakiwa kupresent kwa client kuhusiana na mradi, hata kama ni mradi wa software development, lakini anapokosekana business analyst labda kwa changamoto mbalimbali, basi mimi naweza take charge. I have to understand kwamba business analyst anatakiwa kufanya kazi gani. I have to understand kwamba labda briefly legal expert anatakiwa kufanya nini katika hii assignment. Yani project manager anatakiwa kuifahamu ile project yote kwa ujumla wake na yale maeneo mengine walau kwa uchache. Ndio maana tuna waandishi huku ambao pia ni ma-advocate. Nadhani tuna engineer Manya pale, is an advocate na ni wakili mzuri tu. We have very good CPA holders na wale procurement specialists ambao ni engineers. They are very good engineers, but also very good in those other area of professionalism. So if we can manage, nadhani vizuri zaidi pia kuwa multi-sectoral. Lakini niseme kwamba mikakati hipo, na nadhani moja ya kazi za IET ni msemaji wetu, ni bridge kati ya sisi private sector huku na serikali, ERB na wengine. Kwa hiyo wametusikia na nadhani wataendelea kuwa msaada. Engineer Halima kutoka Mzinga, yes, very good, you may raise a very good point. Kwamba kila mwaka of course ya mambo yanazungumziwa, lakini sasa mikakati iliyopo ni hipi, Mimi niseme ndio yanazungumziwa, tuendelee kuyazungumza kila mwaka. Hata kama tutaona kuna wakati mwingine tunazungumza hayafanyiki, lakini sisi tuendelee kupiga kelele. Itafika hatua, unajua ukipigiwa sana kelele mpaka unahisi kama masikio yanapasuka, itabidi tu ufanye nini? Utekeleze. Kwamba now it has become too much. I have to make sure kwamba tunafanya nini? Tunatekeleza. Kwa hiyo tuendelee kupiga kelele mpaka kieleweke. Yaani hakuna kulala. Na nimesema kwamba if you don't adopt the technology, then inakutandika. Kwa hiyo maana yake ni kwamba we have to make sure kwamba tuna nani. Lakini pia pamoja na kwamba tunazungumzia kila mwaka, mimi nitatoa mfano mzuri sana. Tumekuwa tunapigia kelele sana swala la hizi hizi fibers, deployment ya fibers kwa ajili ya connectivity. 1 kilometer TARURA ilikuwa na charge $1,000. Hili swala limepigiwa kelele kweli kweli. Yaani 1 kilometer $1,000, lakini kwa hao wanaofanya deployment ya infrastructure za maji au umeme kwa 1 kilometer wanalipia $50. Sasa you can imagine, kwa kudeploy tu ile fiber unalipa $1,000, lakini mtu anayeweka infrastructure ya maji analipia $50. Unajiuliza, unashangaa kwa sababu ka fiber ni kadogo tu hivi, but you have to pay $1,000. Lakini kwa nini? Ni kwa sababu labda ya mindset iliyokuwepo kwamba tunafikiria internet ni kitu ambacho ni luxurious, lakini tumefikia hatua kwamba sasa this is a basic need. Yani kuna watu siku hizi wako majumbani wanafanya biashara na wanaishi maisha mazuri, wanatumia platforms vizuri, hizi Instagrams na zingine, wanafanya biashara, wanapromote, wanafanya nini. Kwa hiyo maana yake nini? Kwamba it is a basic need. Na tunapoongelea digital economy lazima tuadopt vitu kama hivyo. Na ninachoshukuru ni kwamba hata viongozi wetu wa kitaifa ni machampion wa digital economy. Tuna initiatives ambazo zinaendelea. Kwa mfano kama hapa Zanzibar nadhani kuna ICT Park ambayo it's about to be constructed, kama bado haijaanza kujengwa, lakini hata kule bara pia kuna initiatives kama hizo zinaendelea. Kwa hiyo tunapiga kelele ndio, lakini bado kuna vitu vinafanyika. Sasa hii niliyoiongelea ya fiber ya $1,000, hata kwenye hiyo National ICT Policy ambayo tumereview, imefikia mahala sasa hata serikali wamekuwa na vikao vya mara kwa mara huku na huku na huku na huku. Sasa hivi imekwenda mpaka $100. Kwa hiyo imeshuka kutoka $1,000 mpaka $100 kwa kilomita moja. Walau imeleta unafuu. Na sasa hata hii National ICT broadband backbone kwa wale watu wa kama kuna watu wa TTCL hapa, mtakubaliana na mimi kwamba sasa hivi tumekwenda up to the district level. Kwamba sasa deployment ya fiber imekwenda mpaka kwenye district level. Maana yake ni nini? Hiyo inaturahisishia hata tunako endelea huko mbele ya safari, basi tutafikia hatua kwamba sasa kila pahala katika nchi hii tutakuwa tunapata connectivity katika ufanisi ulio juu zaidi. Lakini pia kuna initiatives, kwa mfano nafahamu kuna sasa hivi wameanza kudevelop national the digital economy strategy, digital economy framework na vitu kama hivyo. Kwa hiyo nadhani ni mambo mazuri yanaendelea. Lakini pia tuendelee kuwashirikisha our policy makers kwenye hata hizi events zetu. Na nashukuru kwamba hata tunao some of the policy makers ambao what we are doing here watakwenda kukiwasilisha kule na kuona namna gani wanaweza wakakiperfect. Lakini hata sisi huko katika mazingira yetu ya kazi tunakofanya, tujitahidi kuendelea kuwa involve our policy makers waweze kushiriki katika matukio yetu na kujua ni vitu gani tunafanya. Mimi mara nyingi ni mtafiti kwenye research zetu, tunapokuwa tuna disseminate zile findings huwa tuna invite our decision makers. Yani we invite them from kuanzia kwenye mawizara zile agencies zao kwenda mpaka bungeni, mpaka wabunge huwa tunawa invite. Wanakuja, wanashiriki kwenye workshop zetu, wanasikia vile vitu kazi tunazozifanya na ushauri recommendation tunazozitoa kwao, na wanazipeleka kule ili ziweze kuwasaidia kuweza kuendelea. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Engineer Dr. Mwigusa. I hope the audience have enjoyed listening to the answers and they've been given all the answers that to their questions. Unfortunately, we do not have any more time to proceed with any other questions, but I'll give you a half a second to to give your final comments. Just a half second.
Thank you very much. I just want to sensitize that conferences are very important. Next year in May 2024, from 26 to 29, we'll be having a wonderful infrastructure conference in Dar es Salaam, which is going to be hosted by Association of Consulting Engineers Tanzania. And we are expecting more than 31 countries to be there. And that is where you can come and practice your diversity and inclusivity. Thank you very much, and I hope you have enjoyed today's presentations.
Sure.
1 second is already gone. Anyway, thank you very much. I'm very happy to have participated in this event, and I like the fact that we have actually in our presentation cut across different areas, because formerly I thought that we'd be discussing on about engineering, lakini tumekwenda hata kwenye mambo mengine ya kijamii, so that is a very good thing. And I must say that this event is actually wonderful. One of the best ones, as I had earlier said. We keep getting involved, so tuko pamoja, and I believe kwamba tutaweza kufika. Asante.
Asante sana Engineer Dr. Mwigusa and Engineer Kadri. We have come to the end of our session, and I would really like to appreciate your time. You have given us a lot of insight that will all come out of here thinking about in order to ensure that our career life in engineering is successful. Niwaombe audience tuwapongeze panelist wangu kwa yale makofi ambayo tulifundishwa na Engineer Dr. Mwigusa. Tunapasha and then tunachoma mara 3. Karibuni. Choma. Asanteni sana. Naomba nirudishe mic kwako. Asante sana.
Asante, kuna watu wamechoma mara 4. Asante sana. Another round of applause kwa hii panel. Wamefanya kazi nzuri sana, ikiwa chaired na Dr. Pendo Bigambo. Thank you so much to our presenters, Engineer Kadri and Engineer Dr. Dennis. Kazi nzuri sana. Tuwapigie makofi. Before we head to our third session, naomba tuweze kuwakaribisha sponsors wetu kwa salamu ya dakika 2 mpaka 5. Na naomba niweze kuanza na GF Truck and Equipment. Karibu sana Mr. Krisma Mwingira for a short presentation. GF Truck. Akiwa naiweka sawa, karibu CRDB. We have Mr. Said Machinga, Senior Relationship Manager, SME CRDB. Karibu. Wamefanya kazi nzuri sana, naomba tuwapigie makofi CRDB, tunashukuru sana. GF Truck, karibu, unaweza kuongea tu.
Habari za asubuhi mabibi na mabwana. Meza kuu, protocol imezingatiwa. Nasema kazi iendelee. Sisi CRDB tuna usemo wetu mmoja, tunasema ulipo tupo. Kwa naomba nikisema ulipo unamalizia tupo. Ulipo? Okay, sasa
Jambo langu ni dogo tu. Sisi kama benki ya CRDB kwa kutambua sehemu ya wanawake kwenye uchumi wetu, tukasema lazima tushiriki kwenye jambo hili, lakini sio kwa udogo wake, kwa ukubwa wetu. Sasa kwenye Malkia. Next. Kwa sababu ya interest ya time, tena. Okay. Because of the interest of the time, na hili jambo ni la kina mama, nikasema let's just go directly to our point of CRDB Malkia. What is CRDB Malkia? Dr. Dennis aliuliza, he asked a simple question to all of you. Akauliza, how many of you are entrepreneurs? Sasa mimi I was sitting on the back. Watu wachache sana wamenyosha vidole ya kuonyesha kwamba they are entrepreneurs. Nikasema, and this should be my starting point, kwamba tukijua the size of our economy, ukitoka hapo nje sasa hivi you'd see how much the Zanzibar's government ina invest kwenye barabara, na zile barabara technically it's engineers, and my expectations, or our expectations as CRDB is to see a lot of women's wakina mama, they're in a business, they're in entrepreneurship. Sasa kwenye CRDB Bank Malkia proposition, what do we have? What do we have to sell today to you guys? Number moja, we want to make sure that the financial inclusion or women inclusion and finance part specifically kwenye bank inaongezeka. Na to do that, what we've done as CRDB, tumeamua kuwa na a special segmentation or a special desk kwa ajili ya kuangalia wakina mama. Na kwa kwanza we have an account ya Malkia ambayo haina makato, na ni account ambayo pretty much inamsaidia mwanamama kutengeneza faida kwa maana ya kuwa na interest. Lakini kwa sababu swali lilikuwa la Dr. Dennis kwamba wakina nani wangapi ni entrepreneurs, na sisi kama CRDB tunasema because to be an entrepreneur you have to have an access to finance. Now we know our economy has been facing an issue of an expensive access to financial solutions, our finance. Sasa in the interest of Malkia, what we are selling, number moja, we are saying we have an account ambayo ina makato kwa kina mama au kwa Malkia, which is called Malkia account. Number mbili, what we do, we have an access of loans, tunasema at a very very affordable interest rate in the market. We are selling loans at mpaka 15% kwa mkopo mpaka milioni 100, lakini for any facilities from 100 million to 5 billion tunatoa mkopo at interest of 17%. That you do not have to come and negotiate. It's a flat interest rate ambayo iko 0 or 500k mpaka milioni 100. We are giving you at an interest of 14%. Na mkopo kuanzia milioni 100 mpaka bilioni 5, we are selling at 17%. Kwa sababu again it's an engineers, na tunajua sasa hivi tumeingia kwenye mwaka mpya wa serikali wa mahesabu. Miradi mingi imefunguka. There's a lot of opportunities from the government in terms of tenders, and we know as engineers kwenye side ya kwamba some of you are entrepreneurs, some of you are contractors. Sasa sisi kama benki yenu pendwa ya CRDB, tunajua you usually need a bid guarantees kwa ajili ya kutenda. You need a performance guarantee for you guys to sign the contract, and of course you need advance payment guarantee kama sehemu ya requirement ya contract. Now sisi kama CRDB kwenye bid guarantees tunatoa purely unsecured. There's no security that you need to bring in to your bank as CRDB kwenye bid guarantee. That's number one. Number two, kwenye performance guarantee tunatoa mpaka bilioni 2 bila kuwa na dhamana yoyote. No securities up to 2 billion. You have your contract, your employer wants a performance guarantee, come to CRDB branch, we'll give you to 2 billion bila kuwa na dhamana yoyote. And of course, if you're lucky, you have a contract ambayo inakupa tunasema advance payment. Sisi CRDB, we are going to give you an advance payment guarantee to a tune of 2 billion bila kuwa na dhamana yoyote. Niwakaribishe sana benki ya CRDB, lakini pia because nimeona wachache mmenyosha vidole, my understanding ni kwamba wengi wetu ni wafanyakazi. Sisi benki yenu wa CRDB tunasema mikopo ya wafanyakazi kwa kizungu tunaitwa salary workers loans mpaka $200,000 kwa muda wa miaka 9 ana interest mpaka tunaanzia of course 13 mpaka 16, lakini pia tunatoa mikopo ya nyumba katika malengo matatu. Ya kwanza tunasema kama unataka kununua nyumba, ya pili kama unataka kurefinance nyumba yako, ya tatu kama unataka kumalizia nyumba yako. Benki yako ya CRDB tunatoa mpaka bilioni 1 mpaka miaka 15, kuanzia interest ya 14 mpaka 16. Karibuni sana CRDB. Sisi pia tuko kwenye magazebo. Karibuni kwenye gazebo letu ili tuweze kuzungumza na kuwapa solution ambazo tunazo leo kwenu nyinyi. Asante sana.
Thank you. Makofi kwa CRDB. Naomba sasa niweze kuwakaribisha wa event partner UNDP, na pamoja nasi tunaye Ms. Sayuni Mwilo, National Energy Efficiency Expert, na atatueleza habari njema especially kwa wanafunzi waliopo hapa juu ya scholarships mbalimbali na vitu wanavyovifanya ambavyo vinapita under UNDP. Mikutano inakuja na fursa. Open your eyes, ona fursa na ukamate fursa. Karibu Ms. Mwilo.
Habarini za mchana ya UNDP. Actually kuna project ambayo tunaitekeleza iko chini ya Ministry of Energy ambayo imekuwa funded na EU pamoja na UNDP. Hii project imekuja na fursa nyingi kwa ajili ya wanawake. Na hii ni baada ya kuona kwamba kuna imbalance kwenye sekta ya energy. Wanawake wamekuwa si wengi kuliko wanaume. Kwa hiyo mradi umeona kwamba uweze ku-raise the bar kwamba mwanamke naye tunamtaka kwenye sekta. Maana tunaamini impact ya mwanamke anapokuwa kwenye energy. Tunajua kwa roles ambazo mwanamke anazo, kwanza wewe ni wa mwisho nyumbani, kuhakikisha lile jiko la umeme umeweza kulizima vizuri kabla ya kuondoka. Ile unapoliacha wazi na maanisha kwamba consumption yako ya energy inaenda juu. Na wewe ni yule ambaye wa kusema taa niweze kuizima nyumbani. Kwa sababu ya roles, wanaume wengi wamekuwa na majukumu vile kama men. Lakini mwanamke una nafasi kubwa kuweza kuplay part na kupunguza matumizi ya nishati Tanzania. Mradi umeona kwamba usimwache nyuma mwanamke. Kuna scholarship tunaenda kuoffer kwa wanawake. Hii scholarship ni full funded kama inavyoonekana. Tunaenda take care ya your school fees, stipend, allowances, medical insurance, pia na extracurriculum activities. Iko open mpaka sasa hivi. Tarehe 31 tunategemea kufunga dirisha. Kwa wewe ambaye unataka kuingia katika hii sekta, kwanza anza kufanya application pale DIT, na course specifically inaitwa Masters of Engineering in Sustainable Energy Engineering. Ukipata your admission, ile admission ni moja ya criteria kwa ajili ya kuingia kufanya application ya scholarship. Kwa hiyo do it as early as possible, the opportunity is yours. Na actually tume-aim hawa wanawake kuwa ma-champion wa energy efficiency, kwamba tutawa expose kwenye international practice, waweze kufanya peer-to-peer activity, waweze kujua nchi za wenzetu wanafanyaje kwenye hii area. Maana Tanzania tumechelewa kidogo, though wanasema never too late. Nchi za wenzetu wamesha adopt energy efficiency. Kwa tunawataka wawe ni ma-champion Tanzania, kwamba wameweza kuexplore kwenye area ya energy efficiency. Tumeweza pia katika mradi DIT tumenunua vifaa ni energy efficient equipments. Kwa tunategemea hawa scholars wa focus kwenye research zao ambazo ni thesis kwenye energy efficiency. Na hao tutafanya nao competition mbalimbali ya the best researcher, exhibition, kuhakikisha kwamba ni ma-champion kwenye energy efficiency. Kwa hiyo kama mradi wa energy efficiency, wanawake tunaomba chukua hii fursa. This is your time, is fully funded. Asante sana Tawece. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Engineer Mwilo. And our last exhibitor for now is GF Trucks and Equipment.
Habarini za mchana. Asante sana. Kwanza naomba niwapongeze waandaaji wa hii event, wamefanya vyema sana. Mimi naitwa Krisma Mwingira, ni digital marketing, nafanya digital marketing GF Trucks and Equipment. Kampuni yetu ya GF Trucks and Equipment ni kampuni ambayo kwa sasa imebase sana kwenye shughuli zake Tanzania bara, na GF Trucks and Equipment sisi ni wasambazaji na wauzaji wa magari makubwa, magari ya mizigo na equipment, mitambo ambao unaweza ukaitumia kwa ajili ya shughuli za ujenzi, shughuli za uchimbaji wa madini na shughuli nyingine ndogo ndogo za kama kuchimba mitaro na nini. Hata kwenye mashamba tuna mitambo ambayo unaweza kutumia kwenye mashamba kusafishia mashamba makubwa na mashamba madogo. Pia kampuni yetu tuna sub company ambayo inaitwa Lente Machine. Lente Machine ni kampuni ambayo yenyewe tupo nayo pale, inadili na kukodisha mitambo. Kwa wale ambao hawana uwezo wa kununua, sisi pia tunakodisha mitambo. Katika mitambo yote hii ya ujenzi, kuna mitambo ambayo unaweza kutumia kwenye kuchimba madini, magari ya mizigo na kadhalika. Pia tuna kampuni nyingine mama ambayo inaitwa GFA. Hii ni kampuni ya kwanza kabisa Tanzania ambayo inafanya assembling. Hizi trucks zote ambazo tunaziuza tunaziassemble wenyewe Kibaha. Hii kama umeipita Kibaha utaikuta iko barabarani kabisa pale. GF Trucks tunadili na products kutoka kwenye kampuni 5 mbalimbali. Tuna FAO Trucks hawa wenyewe wanatengeneza dump trucks, tractor na cargo trucks. Ile ni tipa, hivi vingine ni hose au vichwa vya magari makubwa, na hizo nyingine cargo trucks ni gari za mizigo kwa wale wenye hardware au wenye store ambazo unahitaji trucks ndogo zitakazo kusaidia kubeba mizigo kutoka sehemu moja hadi sehemu nyingine. Pia sisi tunazo. Tuna brand ya XMG Equipment. Hii ni mitambo, excavator, wheel loader, yote ni mitambo ambayo yanatumika kwenye ujenzi na kuchimbia madini. Pia tuna Hongyan Trucks. Huyu naye ni mtengenezaji wa tipper trucks au dump trucks. Ana tractor head pia ambao ni vichwa zile hose. Hose zetu zina HP 380 kwa 320 ambazo tunazipata pale. Pia tuna 400 trucks. 400 trucks hii tuna gari ndogo, tipa za tani 7 ambazo zinaweza zikatumika kwenye miradi midogo midogo. Pia kuna tractor, kuna hizi cargo trucks za tani 4, tani 1 hivi keli, kuna zile za tani 3 pia nazo zipo. Mwisho kabisa tunadili na spare parts, tunasambaza spare parts kupitia brand ya Tawece. Hawa ni wasambazaji maarufu kabisa kutoka China, spare parts za magari yote makubwa na hii mitambo. Hizi ni trucks na equipment mbalimbali ambazo tunazo hapa. Tulikuwa kwenye baadhi ya maonesho. Next. GF Trucks sasa hivi sokoni tumeingiza product mpya kabisa. Hizi ni product kwa ajili ya wale operations za bandarini, port operation machines. Kuna reach stacker, hii ni ule mtambo wa kubebea makontena ambazo kontena zinakuwa zina mizigo. Inaweza kunyanyua kontena mpaka tani 45 ikaliweka pale. Pia tuna empty container handler. Hiki ni kimtambo cha kupangia makontena ambayo hayana kitu. Kwa hiyo kwenye wale logistic na shughuli zote za bandarini, karibuni sana. Hii ni mitambo mbalimbali ya XMG kama unavyoiona. Zile kule za kwanza excavator, hii motor grader, hii nyingine wheel loader na hii hapa ni vibration roller. Asante sana GF Trucks. Kwa sasa hivi tuko Dar es Salaam, lakini tuna ofisi pia Geita, tumefungua branch. Ukifika pale soko la madini Geita tuna branch yetu, na kuanzia mwezi ujao rasmi tutakuwepo hapa Zanzibar. Shughuli zote zitapatikana hapa. Asanteni sana na karibuni sana GF Trucks and Equipment. Kwa ajili yenu sisi tupo tayari kuwahudumia kwa namna yoyote ile. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much GF Truck and Equipment, and thank you for sponsoring our event. So we are now heading to our third session, and allow me to call upon the chair of session number 3, and this is none rather than Engineer Dr. Salha Muhammad Kasim. Let's get to know about Dr. Salia, our session chair of session number 3. She's the Director General of Zanzibar Water Authority, ZAWA, from 10th May 2021. She is a civil engineer by profession, specializing in environmental, health, and sanitary engineering. Before appointed by the President of Zanzibar to take the position, she was working with the Tanzanian Commission for Science and Technology, COSTECH, as the Director for Center of Development and Transfer of Technology. Dr. Salia was working as a senior lecturer at Dar es Salaam Institute of Technology, DIT, teaching and working with different administrative and managerial positions at the institute. She was also a curriculum development and review coordinator in charge of the examinations and the chairperson of Academic Staff Association. She has been actively involved as a board member of Water Development and Management Institute, Al-Maktoum College of Engineering, DIT Council, and Tanzania Bureau of Standard, TBS, as an environmental or engineering committee member. She was awarded master's degree in environmental and health and sanitation engineering in IHE Delft, the Netherlands. Salia did a PhD in Loughborough University, United Kingdom. She has attained academic fellowship award and a Commonwealth scholarship in 2015-2016. In December 2021, she attained the Doctorate of Civil Engineering and Leadership Award, honoris causa from the Commonwealth University, London Graduate School. She has published and presented several papers at various conferences, seminars, workshops, journals related to the field of study and leadership. She's also a member of Engineers Registration Board, ERB, Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, CILT, Institution of Engineers Tanzania, IET, and Registered Professional Engineer with the Board of Engineers, Architects and Quantity Surveyors, Zanzibar. Na zaidi ya yote, yesterday night she was awarded as the best leader for Mama Mwandisa Award for the year 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand of applause to Engineer Dr. Salia. As we now have our foreign delegates with us. Thank you.
Good morning. Okay. I think it is afternoon. Good afternoon, all of you. The protocol is full observed. Let me go straight to the session. Thank you very much, MC, for the introduction. You did it very well. So I'll go straight to the presentation. Paper presenter. We have three presentations in this session. The first presenter is Engineering Innovation in Women's Health. The second one is Women Engineers and Entrepreneurship. And the third one is Cross-Cutting Issue Investment. So the first presenter is Dr. Tatizo Wane. We'll call upon Dr. Tatizo Wane to come forward. Dr. Tatizo is a graduate of University of Dar es Salaam School of Medicine and training in cardiology at the Care Institute of Medical Science in Hyderabad, Telangana. He is an interventional cardiologist with several years experience. His areas of interest include non-communicable disease, and he is the immediate past president of Tanzania Non-Communicable Disease Alliance and current chairman of Heart Foundation of Tanzania. He is also the director of cardiology at the Jakaya Kikwete Cardiac Institute. Congratulations. So, the second presenter, I would also like to call upon Engineer Asa Mwaipopo. Engineer Asa Mwaipopo, can you please come forward? Asa Mwaipopo has over 30 years experience in the mining industry, where he has been involved in development of large commercial mines and worked in technical and operation roles. In open pit operation, he had served in the government department as mining inspector before joining the industry. He served as a mining manager at Geita Gold Mine and Buzwangi, general manager at Buzwangi, managing director with 8th Tanzania Limited and Acacia Mining. He had also served in sustainable environment, social and governance function as a group general manager with Acacia. Asa now works as an independent consulting engineer focusing on due diligence, mining project, operation readiness, mining operation improvement, coaching and advisor in mining investment policy and mining industry related matters. Engineer Mwaipopo is practicing as an interdependent consultant in mining and serves in company boards as a non-executive director, being with Faro Graphite Corporation, Green Africa Mineral Tanzania Limited, Southern Link Limited, Class 1 construction in civil engineering. He also holds MS in mining engineering from Combone School of Mines, UK, and BS mining engineering from the University of Zambia. He is registered as an independent consultant engineer with the Engineers Registration Board of Tanzania. He is a fellow Institute of Engineer Tanzania, member of the Australia Institute of Mining and Metallurgy, and certified director, member by the Institute of Director Tanzania with Master. Asa his certificate in management from Henry Management College, London, and completed management development program at Gordon Institute of Business Studies in South Africa. Congratulations, my presenter. So the third presenter for this session is Alex Mgeni. Alex Mgeni, can you please come forward? Alex Mgeni, okay? Alex Mgeni is the head of business banking, NMB. Where is Alex? He's not present? Oh, Alex, okay. Mr. Alex, Alex is current a head of business banking NMB. He's working over 30 years experience in both commercial bank and central bank, mainly focusing on driving MSMEs, risk management, credit and funding risk. Currently role is a head of business banking, have the privilege to lead a team of over 60 staff to drive the financial inclusion agenda with MSME space. In the last 3 years, he hired a team to grow assets by over Tanzanian shilling 112 billions, deposit by over shilling 316 billions, income by over Tanzanian shilling 52 billion, and over 50 billion new bank accounts. Congratulations for this achievement. Further to this, the role provides an opportunity to incubate and grow MSMEs through creating seamless process and the product asset funds which embrace community development. His career aspirations are geared toward growing financial inclusion through attractive banking services which are driven by digital platform to uphold the sustainable agenda into different banking. He holds various professional certificates, including CPA, bachelor degree in accounting and finance, and master degree finance. He is also doing charity activities. I like this one. Through the experience under the mentorship of U.S. State Department, TUSSAA Tanzania, United States of America Association, and NGO, under the mentorship of U.S. Embassy based in Tanzania. He was involved in community support to inspire them, engage self-initiative that helps to reduce poverty and support development of technology solutions to improve access to health services and financial inclusion. Congratulations, especially for the last part. I like this charity activity. Thank you so much. Now, the presenter of this session, I would like to ask you one very important thing. If you will manage, here you have been allocated 30 minutes each, but I'll ask you if you can manage to present, to make your presentation for 15 to 20 minutes. It will be very much appreciated because today is a Friday and now we are crossing a prayer time. So, thank you very much. Now, can I call upon the first presenter to start presentation? And I'm going to keep my watch on. Dr. Tatizo.
Well, I'm not sure which watch you are going to keep. Is it the 15 minutes or the prescribed 30 minutes talk? Let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting me to this auspicious Women Engineering Conference. It is a well-planned with a diverse of topics, and I'm sure after the completion of this meeting, the engineers and the non-engineers, who the previous speaker called Ngwini, like us, will be enriched with knowledge pertaining to the various aspects of engineering. But when I look at the diverse of the topic that were presented, to me they are engineering, but they cover most of what we do in our day-to-day practice in most of the profession that we practice, especially for the professions. I don't have any disclosure to this particular engineering, though I have one conflict. In my unconscious mind, I'm also an engineer of human health. My outline of my talk will be based on two parts. The first part, because we are talking exclusive on women engineers. On the front, there are a couple of my colleagues, the gentlemen. I'm not sure whether they're engineers or not, but the talk will be exclusive about the women-related issues and the various innovations that are pertaining to women health. So I'll talk briefly about the important aspect that I thought I should share regarding heart diseases and women. I'm a cardiologist, and unfortunately, most of my time I deal with the issues of the heart or the cardiovascular. So I thought probably share what, from the cardiology point of view, is particularly important for women health before I embark on the second part of or the main part of the various innovation in women health. I'll start by this quote from the former First Lady of the United States, where she said, "Communities, countries, and ultimately the world are only as strong as the health of their women." We all know that there is that saying that a strong family, behind every successful man, there is a strong woman. So indeed, if you want the community to succeed, you want the organization to succeed, you want the families to prosper and succeed, then you need to have a strong woman in your background. Next, please. So when we talk about health-related issues or in women-related issues, there are a couple of things that we need to understand. One, majority or more than 50% of the population is comprised of women. So that means that whatever intervention, whatever innovation needs to be centered around the women and only women. But even among women, heart disease continues to be the #1 killer. Majority of women die from heart disease than any other related health concern. But cancers are also the second most common cause of death among this women subgroup. We also followed by stroke. But as we age, especially women, because of the various hormonal balance and hormonal changes that we encounter during menopause, we tend to develop what we call osteoporosis, which is the loss of calcium from the bones. And this is a very common complaint. Majority of the women that come to our clinical practice, they'll complain that we are facing some bony pains, we have some muscle pains, probably this is one of the issues that, especially in those postmenopausal ladies, majority, the way that they look, are not in that age, but for those who are during that period, I think they've already been experiencing, and we're already encountering these issues in our clinical practice. But we also have menopause-related issues, which account for at least 1/3 of complaints that women come or go to the physician. But for the younger women, which are the majority, we have menstrual-related issues, which may hamper, they may impair your normal workflow and the rest of the next. But I don't know whether this is the fortunate or the unfortunate. It's fortunate for the women engineer that worldwide women live 4 years more than men. And the life expectancy at birth in most of the developed countries is about 80 years. So we are seeing an increased life expectancy even in the less developed countries. So what does that say? It means that we have more women with more disease, with more complication. So we really, as engineers, need to come up with innovation to cater all group or all segment of women, the young, the middle, and the elderly. And even road traffic accident. Among the adolescent and the young, these are the leading cause, either through border, through motor injuries and others. But globally, heart disease or cardiovascular disease are estimated to be the #1 cause of death. And also breast cancer is a leading killer among women aged 20 to 59 years of age. Next. This is the proportion of women who die from heart disease. The overall, we'll see in the next slide if I'm not mistaken, but the overall number of deaths worldwide is estimated to be around 50 million. And out of the 50 millions, 8.6 million die from heart disease only, excluding other causes. And this is mainly due to stroke or CHDs when you have a heart attack. Next, please. So this is a slide which depicts the global causes of death. On the left side, we have what we call chronic disease, and on the right side, we have the infectious disease. Unfortunately, if you look at the causative agent or causative factors of death, you find that the non-communicable disease, the heart disease, the cancer, the diabetes, the chronic disease, account for more than 60 to 70% of death among the overall population. And the infectious disease, the HIV, tuberculosis, malaria, and the rest, account the rest of around 30%. But the paradox is, whatever intervention, whatever resources that are currently available from the government, from our development partners, is concentrated more on the infectious disease component, while the chronic disease element is not alluded much support, much energy, and much intervention. So we really need to, as women engineer, try to fix this component, because most of the infectious disease component, you get a disease, you get treatment, you get cured. But for the chronic disease element, once you have a heart disease, you'll have it for life. Once you have diabetes, you'll have it for life. So we really need to come with intervention that will either prevent the occurrence of these diseases, or for those who already have the disease, try to improve the quality of life so that they don't end up with the various complications like strokes, heart failure, and the rest. Next, please. But when you look at the mortality rates among women, I've taken a slide which showed the various mortality rate taking into account the coronary artery disease, which are the heart disease, strokes, lung, and the various cancers. And you see in that yellow segment that coronary artery disease or heart disease or cardiovascular disease account to the majority of death that in all age, and they start in the early 20s, and they peak and they increase in a linear fashion as you go, you age. But even among women, 50% of women with heart disease will die from heart disease, as compared 1 to 25% of those will die from breast cancer related complication. Next. But this observation is also found within the races. This was a slide which was comparing the Caucasian, the white female in red, and the black females in blue. And you find that among the black females, apart from lung cancer, the proportion of between the white and the black were dying more of coronary heart disease, they're dying more of stroke and breast cancer as compared to the white counterpart. The lung cancer, I think, is because our Caucasian, they smoke more, and smoking is one of the important causative factor for the development of lung cancers. What does that tell us? It tells us that even among the various races, we need to have innovation or some specific intervention which will also intervene among those who have at a disadvantages as compared to the rest. Next, please. Now, when we talk about all these diseases, all these concerns that we see in women, I'll give an example of NCDs. NCD is a non-communicable disease. And when we talk about non-communicable disease, we essentially talk about heart diseases, we talk about diabetes, we talk about motor traffic accident, we talk about sickle cell, we talk about oral disease, we talk about eye disease. And there are some underlying cultural, social, and economical factors which might actually lead to their initiation in the whole genesis of disease. So we may have issue of globalization. We have a lot of KFCs, which initially we did not have. We have a lot of people who are shifting from the rural setting to the urban setting. We have a population that initially, unfortunately, we are dying early, so we don't have these complications, this disease, but currently because of the improved standard of life, we tend to increase the life expectancy. But we also have the common modifiable risk factors. These are things that if we do, then we can retard or we can prevent the progression of that disease. Things like unhealthy diet, not doing exercise, the use of tobacco in this product. If you're able to avail some of these things, then the possibility of developing these main chronic disease become less. So the development of disease is not a one-start thing. It's a accumulation of different underlying socioeconomic factors. You have some risk factors, you have an intermediate risk factors, and bam, you have the development of the main disease. So if we are able to intervene before the development of the disease, then you'll be able to alleviate most of the suffering that occur in the world. Next, please. And it is predicted to increase. The cancers are predicted to increase, the heart disease are predicted to increase, the stroke are predicted to increase. Unfortunately, the HIV/AIDS, they are decreasing actually. The prevalence that we had previously is not the same one that we have now. The TB rate is also decreasing, but also the perinatal or the early child deaths are also decreasing. Next. Next, please. Slide inayofuatia. So these are the various heart-related risk factors that may lead to a development of a cardiovascular heart disease. You have two which are unmodifiable. Age, you cannot reduce your age. Family history, if you are born or your family has a history of heart disease, you cannot reverse that. But you can stop smoking if you have not started. You can reduce your weight if you're overweight. You can avoid having diabetes, increase blood, but you can increase your level of activity by doing exercise. And you can try to mitigate and reduce stress. You can manage your pregnancy, and you can stop drinking alcohol or reduce the amount of alcohol. So these are some of the factors that if we are able to reduce or mitigate, then the overall development of disease will become less. Next, please. I'll talk very briefly on two of those. I'll talk on stress and the physical activity. We know that stress is an inappropriate or exaggerated response to any stimuli, and it occurs during the 3rd to 5th decade of life, and actually females are more stressed than male, and it is more on people or professionals with a psychological type A. Unfortunately, the psychological type A people are the engineers, like majority of you, the doctors, the lawyers, and the other professions who have something to achieve, something to prove. So these are the professions that are more prone to developing stress. And once you're stressed, then your heart becomes stressed, and the chance of developing a heart-related complication becomes more. Next. So what causes stress? We have two main. We have work stress and life stress. Next. The previous speaker had spoken about being unhappy in your job. If you are unhappy in your job, one of the, I don't remember the name, but one of the ladies was talking about the promotion, the allocation of some of the tasks with male rather than a female. So if you're not happy, you think that in your company you're not achieving what you're supposed to achieve, you'll become stressed. Having a heavy workload, you'll become stressed. Having a poor management with unclear objective, clear and expectation, definitely becomes stress. If you work under dangerous condition, not taking care of the various conditions, but also if you become insecure in your chance for advancement, definitely becomes stress. But if you have faced discrimination or harassment at work, especially if your company is not supportive, definitely you become stressed. Next, please. These are the life stress. We all know about this. Next. So what is the impact of stress to the heart? We have hypertension, we have heart attacks, we have strokes, we have Vitambi. I think most of us think Vitambi as a sign of prominence. Actually, it's a sign of stress as well, in males and females. So for those who have Vitambi, probably they have stress. So, next. So there are various stress management strategies, like eating a healthy diet, practicing relaxation, taking time for hobbies. I know engineers are serious people, but you need to develop hobbies. One of my male friends who is an engineer, he walks a lot. When you see him in the morning, he's busy walking. Engineer Makulila, I think, is here. So I think that is one of his hobbies of reducing stress. Or if you cannot do that, then you need to seek professional help. If you exercise, you also reduce the chance of developing a heart disease, and the exercise, they reduce heart disease, they reduce strokes, they reduce diabetes, they reduce high blood pressure, but they also reduce memory loss in form of dementia, but they also reduce the chance of dying prematurely, or the chance of dying from a heart-related disease. Next. I'll go to the second part of my presentation, which is the main part of today's. Before I start the second part, I don't think if you knew, but if you decrease weight, the mere fact of decreasing your weight, you reduce your blood pressure by 5 to 20 millimeters. If you're 140, you reduce weight, you reduce by 5 to 20. If you decrease salt in sugar, you have that reduction. If you decrease alcohol, so even simple, non-expensive intervention may lead to you having a better outcome in terms of your health. Next. So there are various innovations that have been done, that have been found to be effective in improving the health of a woman. And this has been in several categories. There is an improvement in terms of reproduction, fertility, and maternal health. There is also improvement in terms of the pregnancy, whether it's a normal or abnormal pregnancy, cancer, an improvement of heart disease, improving osteoporosis, which is a common, but mental health and substance abuse, and even improvement on obesity. Nowadays, for those who know my famous colleague, Professor Janabi, he's advocating a lot about Puto. Have you heard of Puto? Yeah, so Puto is an innovation by engineers trying to reduce the stomach size. So in so doing, you reduce the amount of food intake, and so it will also reduce your chance of getting overweight for those who are overweight. And if you have failed to reduce weight for the conventional method, then this is one of the chances. And I have patients who have done this. They've lost 20 to 30 kgs. They were diabetic, they were hypertensive, they had high blood pressure, and fortunately the diabetes has gone away. The blood pressure is manageable. So these are some of the inventions which have really helped. And if you look at the life expectancy in sub-Saharan Africa, among those selected countries, you'll find that in the 1960s, we had in 1960s to 1990s, we actually had an increased life expectancy among most of us. boom in the 1990s to 2000 came HIV. Many people were afflicted with HIV, and then the life expectancy dipped. But now with antiretroviral preventive strategies, we have started seeing a picking up of the life expectancy, which means we have more women with advancing age, with more complication, with more need for them having an intervention that will take care of their health. So briefly on reproductive health, which is one, most of the ladies here are in the reproductive age. We have a lot of intervention, that engineering innovation that are aimed at providing the improving fertility by in vitro fertilization. There's also a concept called the minimal invasive surgical procedure, where I know some of the younger ladies, they tend to wear those short t-shirts where the belly is out. But if you have a very large scar, you cannot wear that top. So the engineers came with some of the intervention called the minimal invasive surgery. So instead of having this very large scar like this is in a heart operation, where that is the degree of incision. When I mean incision, that's the wound. So that's the wound for a heart surgery. So that's the normal heart surgery. But with intervention, they just use devices. 2 devices, they open the heart, they open the stomach, they operate in what was previously a very extensive incision, and this is mostly due to the intervention. But not only that, breast cancer is the second most common cause of cancer among women, and it's also the common cause of death among women. So for you to be able to diagnose breast cancer, you need to find a lump. So most of the time, the ladies find the lump at an advanced stage. So we are, due to technology, there are some technology where you can detect by doing your annual checkup early and find even small minute swellings which you are not. So this is an example of a mammograph where a lady will just stand in front of a machine, and then it will do its things, and then it will come up, next please. It will come up with this image. So that's a normal, how a breast, I know most of us men know breasts in some other aspect, which probably might not be part of this topic, but this is what a breast looks like when you do under x-ray. So you'll find there are a lot of tissues, which if you touch yourself, or for us men when you touch, this is what we touch, basically. And through engineering innovation, if you look at the 2D mammogram, it shows some things, but if you look at the subscribed diagram which we show on the 3D mammogram, that's actually a small swelling that, thank you, that has been shown or detected by use of engineering. But we also have robotic assisted surgery. We tend to have many people doing a lot of surgeries. This was the typical panel which was compounding or doing a surgical intervention. But with technology, you only have one person with his gadgets and he's doing a surgery, and you find that the assistant is resting, the guy is just doing, it's just like playing a PlayStation. When you have PlayStation, you have this, and then you do your intervention. But we also have telemedicine. If we are to understand the importance of telemedicine during the COVID era, because during the COVID era, most of the people were afraid of going to the hospitals, and we are doing a lot of virtual consultation. So the virtual consultation are part of telemedicine, but even today, we have adopted some virtual consultation where you don't need to come to a hospital setting. You may sit at your laptop, and then you do a free consultation via technology. So technology and innovation has really advanced this, but we also have, most of us wear smartwatches nowadays. Now with smartwatch, you can see your oxygen saturation, you can see your heart rate, some can measure the blood pressure. So these are some of the innovation. You can even track your menstrual cycle. So these are some of the innovation that can really help in trying to reduce some of the suffering that we encounter or want to see. But again, we have the menstrual health. The younger, they have some menstrual issues, and there are a lot of innovation which help women take care of these with the menstrual cup, the underwear. So this is an example of the menstrual cup. I don't know how it is used. I think you know most of you than me. But we also have birth control measures, the various intrauterine devices with the contraceptive implant. So these are very important, especially in reproductive health. And this I think I've already spoken. Next, please. But we also have, for those women who have a lot of children, their muscles are weak, then engineering has come with the pelvic floor rehabilitation devices which help strengthen the muscles and having a better outcome and reducing some of the diseases like a pelvic organ transplant. Next. Digital health records. One of our colleagues yesterday was talking about the integration of the different health system between the Ministry of Health and the TAMISEMI. So right now we can get the information from the various systems. You don't need to peruse through a lot of papers. So all the medical related information are found in one umbrella. Next. But we also have assistive technologies. Through engineering, we have various assistive technology for mobilities. You have walk aids, you have wheelchair, you have stretchers, and you have other from hearing aids. So these are some of the innovation that help women improve their quality of life and make them do the day-to-day activities. In maternal and neonatal health, I'm concluding almost, Madam Chairman. In maternal and neonatal health, previously if you had a premature baby, the chances of surviving was less. But now with advancement of technology, even a 20-week-year-old child can survive by the help of the engineering in terms of the incubators, in terms of the various devices which can help mimic the normal intrauterine environment. So in conclusion, there are various innovations that have been helpful, are helpful, and they are currently being made, but also some also needs to be made for us to be able to ensure that the women have a better outcome. They promote gender equity, especially in healthcare. And to conclude, next, the heart of a healthy woman is the heart of a strong society. Madam Chairman, I rest my case.
Thank you so much. At least you have not eaten 30 minutes. You are in a good. Okay, next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, give me 1 minute to do just some housekeeping. It's important. First one is to congratulate you all. Yesterday was a day which I call a day of pomp and pride, and this hall was full. The attendance normally for conferences day 2, people disappear. But today, it's almost as good as full, so well done. Another one you heard from the president of IT yesterday on the numbers. Maybe apologies, what was not said in my introduction. I'm vice president of IT. So this activity is an IT activity. And yesterday when the president was talking about numbers here, she said we only have 300 women registered in IT, not ERB. And this cuts across Zanzibar and mainland, unlike ERB and ZERB, I guess. So how many of you here are members of IT? So most are not members. At the booth, there are forms for becoming a member. Please, let's do that before we get into the waters and the air leaving Zanzibar. Two members of IT, asante. I'll go to my presentation. The doctor had a disclosure. Maybe it's good also to me start with a disclosure. I've never been an entrepreneur. I am not one. And the sun for me is not rising anymore. I don't think I'll become one. When I was asked to speak about entrepreneurship, I remember the discussion I had with the religious leader. He was talking about when they were going to Makumira College. Lecturers welcoming them, senior, mature, he used to tell them that, welcome to the college, and thank you for choosing this career. Your main job will be to help people to go to heaven, where you yourself may not go. So I said, if religious leaders accept, and they do, I also accept it, even though I may not become an entrepreneur. Okay, let's continue. Let's move on. We borrowed this slide together with Dr. Dennis, it seems. Entrepreneurship, building something from nothing. Essentially, that's the key word. Something from nothing. Sounds very simple, but go out there and try to do. That's what differentiates between who is an entrepreneur and who is not. So who is an entrepreneur? Essentially, several definitions, but key is courage and taking risk. And I like the first one. Takes risk and starts something new. That's an entrepreneur. There are so many definitions, but let's continue. And how many types do we have based on starting? There are those who are called coasting. These are people who manna fall from heaven and off they go. Then there are those who are conservative, and I guess most of us here are in that category. We have the most adventurous ones, assertive, and that's the meaning of entrepreneur. It comes from a French word, adventurous, who continuously seeks for opportunities and off they try and go. The innovators, people who improve and make things change. Think of people who are entrepreneurs and who have made it as we go through these. When I read innovators, for me, I think of Mo Dewji. Comes from a family which had everything. Went to study in the US, came back, lot of innovation, changed the business family. Let's continue. What are the barriers? Things which make us not become entrepreneur. Fear of failure. Those who are risk averse. Lack of self-confidence. Most important for you being women is social and cultural factors. We heard yesterday about stay in the kitchen, let the boys go out there and try things. Characters of good entrepreneurs. Number one, just like leaders, visionary. You should spot opportunities. You must have passion for what you want to do. Passion goes with the tenacity. You don't just go and try and then you get beaten and then you start and go again. You must have that tenacity of sticking to the point and move on. Self-belief, flexibility. Sometimes it's hard. Sit back and look afresh if you can start another journey. I don't think there's a new name here except for sisters from Zambia. The three names at the bottom could be new. But those guys are the millionaires that we know who are typical, great and successful entrepreneurs globally. On that list, they are all men. But they are women entrepreneurs, so you can also be one. This is Ariana. She's American, with 110. Her business, media, and wellness. Katerina, websites and CD-ROMs, worth 25 million. Again, American. I put their age of birth because it should also trigger into you the generation issue. The millennials, you are familiar, yeah? BBC, we all know. The millennials, those born after 1980, I think, yeah? Who here was born before 1980? So it's like all of you are millennials. So I'm showing the age of these entrepreneurs, and you haven't seen the millennials, but they are there. We'll get there. These are some of the most successful, inspiring African women entrepreneurs. Do you endorse Monica Musonda from Zambia? You endorse? Okay. She's listed. We don't have one from Tanzania as yet. Let's move on. Then there are some most successful African women entrepreneurs. If you go into the surveys, there's several. I've picked two. Let's move on. I picked one from Ethiopia. This lady, Bethlehem, her business, just footwear, just into the shoes. But she is not poor anymore. And she comes from a poor background, but coming up with an idea and moving into the shoes. Now she's somewhere very different. Let's move on. Sibongile, I'm not sure whether you have seen this lady. This is what we say, Jioli Olikata Ash. The stone that was rejected by the Masons became the cornerstone. She couldn't qualify to go into the airlines because of her height. Remember, even in the early days, the police, there was a standard height before you were allowed to join the police force. But she went into the same industry, challenged it, and now she's running her own aviation. Okay. I didn't know about this lady until I started searching, and then I was at my table, my dining table, and around there I started looking around. We had 5 bottles of Nature Ripe, different sources, and I had not paid enough attention that Nature Ripe was from some lady in Tanzania. Did you know? So this is one of the most successful Tanzanian business entrepreneurs. She has been awarded before. Key words, she started with the mangoes just as a hobby. So hobby is a key word. You got to like what you are doing. And she started in 1992. Challenges came, logistics of shipping. She changed, moved into adding value and make and produce now various products into sauce, into the stuff that we eat. She, in 2013, report shows that she had $500,000 US as revenue, and she's still going on. Next time you go to the supermarket, pay attention to Nature Ripe products. I'm not her marketing manager, but you'll be amazed that there are a lot of products which are of our own people, and you too can become one. So becoming an entrepreneur, how does one become an entrepreneur? Without going into a lot of notes, I think there are 2 ways. One, develop a business idea. Come up with a business idea. And number 2, either innovation and creativity. Let's move on. So how do you generate business ideas? Identify needs, talk to people, do brainstorming, spot market niche. Waste, I think, is still a great opportunity for people to become entrepreneur. There's a lot of what we think is waste, actually could be an opportunity waiting for you. Look around, daydreaming. Look to see and listen to hear. There's a difference between just looking and just listening. Look to see and listen to hear. There are opportunities that you can get some ideas. Inventors and creativity. These words sometimes are confusing, but the way I want to look at is creativity is you bring something completely new. You heard Quadri talking about transmission gear, manual. Manual transmission was there. But what do we have recently? Automation. Automation of transmission is an innovation. And now we are even having new innovation with the transmission called CVT. If you follow the vehicles, you'll see that things are changing. So improving upon something that exists. That also gives you an opportunity. Yesterday we complained about gas, that people can't afford to have a gas container in the house. I hope you remember this guy, Mr. Mendes. Who remember Mr. Mendes? We don't remember. We should be following these stories. Let's move on. So this guy came up with the copper gas, an innovation that made him earn 23 million bang by selling that. What did he do? Just thinking that the gas that you go and buy, you pay upfront, you keep in the house, but you're only using small, maybe for the whole month. Thinking of iCloud technology, iCloud computing, he came up with a gadget that you place on the mtungi wa gesi, and you buy what you want to use, and it allows you to flow and you use. But the gas that is in the house is not necessarily fully paid for. That innovation itself made him, I think, a millionaire. Let's move on. So, okay, starting up and becoming an entrepreneur is also not easy. Let's move on. And that's why there are what are called incubators, facilities and programs to help people to succeed after deciding to be entrepreneurs and starting up. There's what is famous, normally called as a J cave, that bottom part, the underwater one. It is said only 10% come out of that and become successful. And hence, incubation processes to help entrepreneurs become entrepreneurs are in place, supported by the government and some by the private sector. So let's see what we have in Tanzania which can help people to become entrepreneur. Go back one slide. Talked about the incubation process. Let's move forward. Please move forward. Move forward. I want to talk about the incubators that we have in Tanzania. So just go back. You have gone too far. You finished the yes. Go back one slide. Another slide. Yes, we talked about business incubation and how to support entrepreneurs becoming successful in moving from that J part of the cave, and the incubation processes that are used to help entrepreneurs become successful. Next. Then we have the government role in promoting incubation. The government has a key role. Number one is create an enabling environment through purchasing their products. If entrepreneurs come with the products that the government is the first to reject, then certainly they will not make it. Enabling environment, the financing aspect, sensitizing the private sector to support business incubation initiative and take a leading role in incubation. Let's move on. So business incubators we have in Tanzania, our own University of Dar es Salaam, the Entrepreneurship Center is part of what is regarded as an incubation center, where programs and courses are provided for people to be able to manage and run their businesses. Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange has what they call Enterprise Acceleration Program. They don't classify it as really an incubation process, but for me I regard it as one of those, where if you really want to get into the listed into the stock market, you can be facilitated, and that's part of the growth. And then the most important is the Dar Technohama Business Incubator. I think we are all familiar with the Max Maripo. These are some of their successes. You know, programs which are internet-based can easily be supported at this facility. So we have incubators in Tanzania if you want their support. Once you are successful, don't forget to protect your rights. So understand the patent law. We are not lawyers. So appreciate the lawyers. Understand BLERA, go and register so that you are able to run your businesses. So can engineers become entrepreneurs? I think that's the key question. I borrowed this from a college of India called the Annamacharya. And without bias and prejudice, they say engineers are capable of solving problems, develop solutions. Because engineering field is replete with people who are well trained to solve a myriad of problems. Engineers are optimistic. I hope we are. We don't give up until we get a solution. And we are not afraid to learn new things. If we have these, then we can become entrepreneurs. Let's move on. I borrowed this from my brother called Lawrence Mwakambiki. Many of you know him. His company is called Ma Contractors. He didn't call it that way. I am the one who called it. Start simple, start small. You can go here and form your company, and then you start bidding jobs kwenye ofisi za wakurugenzi or in other companies, or you look at the newspapers, but you don't have a reputation. They don't know you. But you've got skills, and you've worked with the companies, you've worked with people. And some of you, maybe your families have got businesses which are of engineering in nature. Do subcontracting. That's how these guys started. Take small job from the people who know you and trust you that you can do. Even if it's just culverts or maybe just drainage for those of you who are in the roads construction. Some particular specific job that you know the main contractor can trust you with that job, and that's the best way for engineers to start simple and grow. Subcontracting is the best model because you work with the people who know you before you go to look for jobs to the people who have got no clue about you. Thank you. Move. Challenges facing women to become entrepreneur, obviously stiff competition, many dominance is still there, limited funding. I think most of us, including myself, if we have a plot of land and we put a house, the title deed is in the name of who? Yeah, and then you want to go and borrow before you convince this guy the title deed should go to the bank and go and borrow money and go into the business. So these are some of the hindrances: work-life balance. You don't just do the work, you're the entrepreneur, but you've got a home to look after. The children, the food, all the domestic issues that you have to deal with. Education tends to be listed, but I think for Tanzania it's really a non-issue because the levels of literacy, if you look at our statistics, between men and women, we're almost at par. Entrepreneurs is very beneficial to the government economy because once we have entrepreneurs, definitely economic growth would be there. New ideas would bring new products, would bring competition to the market, and then consumers will enjoy good prices. So it is in the interest of the government, it is in our interest also that we move into entrepreneurship so that we can make products that are new and more affordable to everyone. In concluding, key takeaways: it is not difficult, but not simple. Follow the rules, assess the risk, and move. Look to see and listen to hear. I've already said that. No, just one moment. One moment again, back. Yes, stay there. I've talked about waste. I've listed a number of examples there, which you can question and check, are they real waste? I think those who are in the quarrying industry, crusher dust used to be waste, but crusher dust is no longer waste. The bricks that are made from crusher dust are even more expensive than the ones which are made from sand. You know, the shells, as an example, coconut shells. Those who are in the gold industry, you know how we recover gold from cyanide? We use regenerative carbon. Regenerative carbon is made from the coconut shells. They can make regenerative carbon. The only problem is the critical mass you need to have such a huge size of industry. But with the small operations that we have in country, do you need the critical mass that you need to approach the big companies? So you can think of all these things, including cashew nut. I'm told there is some stuff in there. So think about waste. Most important is the fourth industrial generation. I think the third industrial generation, if you remember the information technology, possibly is the one which has produced many entrepreneurs and many billionaires. All the Bill Gates, the Mark Zuckerberg, they are as a result of the third industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution is with us. The artificial intelligence, the visual reality, the Internet of Things. Look to see and try to see if you can have an opportunity and do something. Learn and be inspired by those who have been there. Read their books. Listen to their stories. We have plenty of books in our bookshops, although these days reading books is like becoming something that we don't do. But you get to learn a lot from their experiences. Now, madam, do I have like 5 minutes? 5 minutes? This? Okay, so this video clip is very short, but it sums up everything. It's a video clip, very short. I think it's 5 minutes. But it sums up on key words about entrepreneurship. This is the late Michael Shirima and his story. Some of you may have seen it, heard, but pay attention to the key words. Have an appreciation of the J cave that he went through to come with the precision airline that we have today. The passion, the experience, and the knowledge that he had. Naomba tumsikilize kidogo.
Why not look down with this into passenger service, the charter service. So at that time, in about 92 or so, I registered now a charter company, got licenses. We started by an aircraft which I bought from a company whose aircraft was lying in Vietnam airport for over 15 years and attended me, so it was an effective acquisition. But I bought it cheap, and I got it built up by engineers and mass producing, and it was made airworthy because it had a certificate of airworthiness for that aircraft, which is what you need to get. And that aircraft flew. Unfortunately, not for too long. There was an incident, in fact, on the first flight. You know, at the runway, Arusha Airport, it was not in a good condition. There was heaps of aggregate on the side of the runway in preparation for receiving the runway, but it's been lying there for many years. And on the first charter flight, it was traumatic because near the main accident, there are two passengers, German, going to Nairobi, and then off to Germany. But the aircraft took off, hit one of those pieces of aggregate. The aircraft became prematurely airborne, but at that time it was already damaged. It was little, but the pilot did a good job. Took the aircraft out and kept down safely and I could find the money and the transportation needs. So that was a backstop, but I did not do that. I got the business plan written down, and we had a professional company, and we started now building up the boats, now 5-seater aircraft, then 10-seater aircraft. And that time, they were based on aircraft using aircraft fuel, so the aircraft were cheap to buy, but extremely expensive to operate.
Undeterred by the different setbacks, Sharima grew Precision Air into a successful enterprise.
We started with the small aircraft and grown tremendously. From 20 people, we deployed at one stage 700 people last year. And as we did enough flights last year, we had to restructure. And therefore, we reduced the number of staff and reduce everything so that we can start.
I think the key message, sorry, the sound was very low, not loud. You see the first, he's in aviation, trained into aviation, spotted an idle airplane.
Many people have said there is no more challenging business than aviation. But because it is in my blood, and for the passion I have for it, because of love for machines, I love machines, I said I will make it a business. We are at the Precision Air hangar in Dar es Salaam.
It's enough. I think
Took the aircraft up and came down safely, thank God.
As I said, the first flight, you have an accident and the plane comes down. I think many people would say, no, I'm not going again. But he said he had passion, and that's what he wanted to do. And he restarted again, drew a business plan with the support of the experts, and that's the Precision Airline in which we fly today. And may he rest in peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have
Na mlioko nyuma mweze kusogea viti vya mbele. We are now going to start our session number 4 for recommendations and observations, which will be chaired by the one and only Engineer 8th Christopher. Engineer 8th Christopher, she's the Managing Director of Meritech Limited, Honorary Treasurer, Institution of Engineers Tanzania, Vice Chairperson, Institution of Engineers Tanzania Women Chapter. She's also the Executive Secretary for Tanzania Women Contractors Association. She has a Bachelor in Telecommunication Engineering, and currently she's doing a Masters of Engineering Project Management at the University of Dar es Salaam. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hold our hands together and welcome the session chair for session number 4, Engineer 8th Christopher. Makofi kwa makamu mwenyekiti wa IT Women Chapter.
I'm a superwoman. I'm a superwoman. Hey, superwoman. 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 I'm a superwoman. I'm a superwoman. Hey, superwoman. 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 Mwanamke mama. Mwalimu wa kwanza duniani. Tumboni.
Hello. Thank you very much, Engineer Nancy Mduma. Now we're going to our resolution session. We have heard a lot and we have learned a lot, but now it's a time to see what have been going around in this room. Now, allow me to bring my rapporteurs who have done a very good job and have been very busy for these 2 days, and they have managed to summarize it for us for the 2 days. Now we're going to hear from them. Allow me to bring the Chief Rapporteur, Dr. Zainabu Jamidu Katima. Dr. Zainabu Jamidu Katima is a lecturer at University of Dar es Salaam, Department of Chemical and Processing Engineering at the College of Engineering Technology, COET. She graduated her PhD at the Swan University of Technology, TUT, South Africa. Her area of research include air pollution monitoring, persistent organic pollutant focusing on brominated flame retardant and abatement, environmental and analytical chemistry, atmospheric science, and environmental management. In 2018, she was awarded a VLIRO's scholarship to do her master's in environmental sanitation, Ghent University, Belgium. She completed her program in 2010 and was awarded the Cell Metal-Based Master's Dissertation Award. Dr. Katima is an author and co-author of 5 scientific publications as well as 6 presentations at local and international conferences. In 2017, she was awarded the Otto Hazen Student Presentation Award at the Dioxin 2017 conference in Vancouver, Canada. She was also among the atmospheric chemistry colloquium for emerging senior scientist participant at Brooklyn National Laboratory, New York, 2019. Dr. Katima is also a member of the Institute of Directors, Tanzania Environmental Expert Association, and an active member of Organization of Women in Science for Developing Worlds, Tanzania National Chapter, which was launched in late 2019. Currently, Dr. Katima is the Technology Transfer Coordinator at the Technology Development and Transfer Center at the College of Engineering and Technology, COET. Allow me to welcome Dr. Katima.
tena kwa Daktari Katima.
Maybe before that, let's also recognize the co-rapporteur, Engineer Mary Stella Frank Samke. Engineer Mary Stella Frank Samke is a professional registered engineer. She has previously worked with Barrick Gold Mine as a metallurgist. She has also worked with Ministry of Minerals and Mineral Auditor. Engineer Mary Stella is currently working as Senior Lab Engineer and in charge of lab at the Department of Chemical and Process Engineering, College of Engineering and Technology, Kuwait University of Dar es Salaam. Thank you very much, Mary Stella. Now, let's hear from our Chief Judge, Dr. Zainab. You're welcome.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm here to present the 8th Women Engineers Convention and Exhibition, Tawece 2023, with the theme, The Power of Diversity and Inclusion in Engineering Workforce, a Women's Perspective. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for the beautiful event and also for giving us this opportunity to summarize and transpire the event. And personally, this is my first event ever to attend and participate 100%. That's never happened. So the session started yesterday in the morning, where the guest of honor and his delegate arrived at the venue and visited the exhibition booths, and which were prepared by students from 8 secondary schools and 7 higher learning institutions, as well as different government and private institutions. After that, the official opening was succeeded by a national anthem and opening prayers from our religious leaders, and an introduction of the invited guests by the MC. And then after the prayers and the official introduction, we had a speech from the IET president, Engineer Gema Modu. The president highlighted how the conference is important to engineers and introduced IET and its units. The key points of the IET president included the first one being government should continue to collaborate with engineers in different development projects. And she also gave a history of IET and she told us the statistics whereby the Engineers Registration Board has only 13% of women registered engineers, and IET has about 4,000 engineers with only 300 women. And out of the 120 consulting engineers, only 7 are female. So this shows that participation of women engineers is still very small compared to men and needs to be improved. And because of this, the IET Women chapter was formulated to create opportunities for women. We also had remarks from the event partner that was presented by Ms. Hodan Ador from the UN Women, but she was representing the partner, UNDP. And the key points were, first and foremost, diversion and inclusion are fundamental drivers of innovation. Women engineers bring unique perspectives and insights that are instrumental in addressing societal needs and challenges. Their contribution to engineering solutions are invaluable. And then also the energy sector is experiencing a transformational shift, and this is an opportunity for young engineers who are positioned to lead this change to ensure Tanzania embraces cleaner energy methods and renewable energy solutions. And having said this, she also announced the UNDP scholarship, which is an opportunity for students. This UNDP scholarship is supported by the EU, and it's at the Dar es Salaam Institute of Technology, with the main focus of implementing the Tanzania First Energy Efficiency Action Plan program. And the master is in sustainable energy engineering. After that, we also had remarks from our main sponsor, Anglo Gold Ashanti, and we also had greetings and remarks from our international delegates from Ghana and Zambia. I remember the Ghana delegates came with chocolates for us. I cannot report on that because I do not taste them, so unfortunately. And then we had welcoming remarks from the IET chapter chairperson, Engineer Hannah Juma. Her key points were some opportunities are not provided to female engineers due to different factors such as perception that women are incapable of being efficient since they have to go on maternity leave, and perception that women are weak and cannot perform some engineering jobs, and not being able to go to the field, sexual harassment, among others. Some female engineers have successfully managed to participate and deliver in different national development projects, as we saw yesterday in the awarding ceremony. Hence, more women engineers should be given the opportunity. She also insisted that the IET Women chapter is still facing challenges in visiting schools with the aim of motivating students to take science and mathematics subjects, hence calling for partners who are interested in collaboration to make this event successful. She also insisted that female engineers that are present in the conference to join the IET Women chapter. Akamalizia kwamba wanawake tunaweza. We also had remarks from the Minister of Works and Transport, which was presented by the Permanent Secretary, Ambassador Engineer Aisha Amor. Her key points were statistics have shown that there are few women engineers and therefore we need to have more female engineers and technicians. The government recognizes the need to motivate female students to study science and mathematics subjects to increase the number of female students enrolling in the engineering field. The government, through the ministry, has also managed to benefit 12,372 graduate engineers through the SEEP program, whereas 24% of these are women. And strategies are in place to improve this. We also had greetings from the Minister of Infrastructure, Communication and Transport, Zanzibar, Dr. Khalid Salum Mohammed, whereby his main task was to introduce the guest of honor to open the event. We later had an opening address from the guest of honor, President of Zanzibar, Honorable Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi. His key points were women engineers are very few. The government will ensure that the ones capable are involved in different projects to fulfill the concept of local content. The government will also ensure that women engineers are involved in different national development projects, and also the government recognizes the effort of different engineering fields in the development of the nation, including industrial developments, construction of hospitals, and other infrastructure, among others. After that, the President presented awards and certificates to sponsors, followed by a delicious lunch. In the afternoon session, this was the first technical session of the conference, which was chaired by Dr. Agustina Alexandra. It was the most diverse session, which ranged from the ICT to renewable energy to human resource. And the first presenter being Professor Eliamani Sedoyeka, who talked about digital transformation and leadership. He talked about many points, but for me, that highlighted was a case study of digital transformation, which he took an example of the university where he is, the Institute of Accountancy. And one of the areas which the Institute has evolved in was in ICT use and literacy. And he briefed the audience on how the Institute of Accountancy achieved digital transformation from the pre-COVID era to the post-COVID era. He also talked about some challenges that were encountered, which included resistance to change, system reliability, data costs, and some tools that were impractical, as well as remote assessment. And he also presented successes that included higher profits of about 90%, which was very high. Operations have gone online, payments, student management systems, all documents are handled online. As a result, this is an environmentally friendly mechanism. And also, with this, distance learning has also evolved. They have had many students. And in conclusion, he said that the ultimate goal of digital transformation is to create more efficient, customer-focused, and future-ready organizations that thrive in the digital age. The second presenter in that session was Engineer Rehema Mbalamwezi, who talked about gender mainstreaming in the rural energy efficiency. Her key points were the Ministry of Energy is developing a clean cooking strategy with the aim to transition Tanzania to more efficient, cleaner cooking of up to 80% by 2030. She explained to us the real cost of cooking, whereas the cost is more related to the deforestation from the charcoal and firewood use, which contributes to about 40% of the emissions. She also informed us about where she's working, which is Up Energy, whereby its mission is to make cleaner and efficient cooking stoves accessible. She also highlighted that efficiency clean cooking projects have resulted to gender equality, employment creations, air pollution reduction, women-led initiatives, as well as savings. The final presenter yesterday was Ms. Peruzzi Roche. She talked about unconscious bias and impacts on diversity, whereas the key points were she walked us through inclusion and diversity, how it's important to appreciate inclusion so as to allow all of us to be in the same room. She talked about the concept of unconscious biasness. To me, was also something I learned, which influences it, what influences it and how to avoid it. She taught us how to recognize examples of unconscious bias, assess which biases are important, likely to affect your team, and remove the bias from hiring approach. She talked about also engineers should go out there and learn about other things, because she's not an engineer, so she was telling us to go out there. Listen to learn, to learn to listen without barrier. Do not listen to answer. Be careful of the people you don't know, because you don't know who you don't know. And in the outside world, we don't care how much you don't know until we know how much you care. And give other people, stop being biased unknowingly and knowingly. So day one session was closed at 17:35 by the MC, and we headed to the gala dinner. Unfortunately, I did not carry my laptop to the gala dinner, so my reporting will be very, very limited. So me saying that, as we all know that yesterday the gala dinner was specifically for awarding the Mama Mhandisi Awards. And I would like to take this opportunity to applause all of those who won the award. So after the very nice evening, this morning we started our session at 9:40. The first session was graced by full engineers. There was no non-engineer. So the chair was Dr. Pendo Bigambo, and the first speaker was Engineer Said Rizwan Kadri, and he talked about recruiting and retaining diverse talent in engineering, whereas the key points included telling us the difference between diversity and inclusivity. We should learn to think outside the box as engineers. We should learn to accept diversity and learn how to eliminate bias. He also talked about the strategies to recruit diverse engineering talent based on needs assessment, advised us to join LinkedIn for those who have not joined so that you can be recruitable. And also companies should have a recruitment criteria. He also walked us through the steps to promote retention, and the most important is mentoring, promote professional and development opportunities. And also he highlighted that after coming here, you were not who you were. I'm definitely not who I was, because I had to listen to all the presentations, so. There should also be a work-life balance. This is something I liked. Having said this, I also encourage you to attend the tour tomorrow. to fulfill this. And also, there should be recognition and promotions when staff exceed expectations and eliminate boredom. The fifth presenter was engineer Dr. Dennis Mwigusa, who talked about engineering education and the future of work. He is an artificial intelligence, he has an expert in artificial intelligence. And his key points were that, first, it's a myth that there's a shortage of engineers. It is confirmed that there is a shortage of experienced engineers, and it is plausible that graduates are unemployable. There is a very big gap between knowledge and doing. We can connect with anyone using online platforms. As a result, we create new communities. If we teach today, as we taught yesterday, we rob our children of tomorrow. Also, he said that we should never stop learning. Continued learning is crucial to staying current throughout the engineering career, and good communication skills, high ethical standards, and process long life analytical skills. And also the last thing he said, decide to collaborate or die. The last session was also a diverse session. This session focused on cross-cutting issues ranging from a work-life balance as advised, as well as entrepreneurship. We had a medical doctor, an engineer, and a banker. The session was opened by engineer Dr. Salha Kasim. The first presenter was Dr. Tatizo Wane. He talked about engineering innovations in women's health, and the key points were he gave an overview of the women's health issues, whereas majority of women die from heart diseases, with specifically saying 8.6 million annually, followed by cancer, and black females have higher statistics than white females. Heart diseases risk factors include age, family history, smoking, obesity, hypertension, and among others. And stress is among the reasons that cause this, and females are more stressed than males, especially among the psychological type A group, that is us engineers. We should avoid work stress and life stress. We should implement stress management strategies, develop hobbies, again, go to the tour. He also talked about innovations to improve engineering innovations in women's health, such as reproductive health engineering, cancer screening, importance of telemedicine, and wearable health technology, among others. And in conclusion, he said that a healthy woman is the heart of a strong society. The seventh presenter was engineer Asamai Popo, who talked about women engineers and entrepreneurship. His key points were, first, before he talked, he encouraged us again to become members of IET. And also he led us through the types of entrepreneurs, the barriers, and told us the characteristics of a good entrepreneur, and took us through successful women, African women entrepreneurs. And he also told us to become a good entrepreneur, generating business idea and innovation, and you should look to see and listen to hear. He also talked about startups and incubators, that only 10% come out of the J-curve, and that incubation process is important. And once successful, protect your business, understand the patent law. Start simple and start small. Subcontracting is the best model. It is not difficult to venture into entrepreneurship, but it is not simple either. We should think of ways that could be turned into some useful products. Learn to be inspired by those who have been there. Our last presenter was Mr. Alex Mgeni, who talked about cross-cutting issues, investment. His key points were, he talked about gender diversities and inclusion at the NMB Bank PLC. He addressed the gap between men and women and said that it has been currently shrinking. And insisted that most engineers who apply for loans are contractors compared to other fields of engineers. And the contribution of women to economic development is significant. And lastly but not least, he showed us the opportunities of investment, which includes stocks and equities, bonds, mutual funds such as UTT, retirement accounts, real estate, and education and skills development. So from this summary, it is obvious that we have witnessed interesting, rich, cross-cutting, diverse sessions as well as discussions. And I welcome you to give a round of applause to all those who presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zainabu Katima. Mbona nataka kunikimbia tena? Naomba tumpigie makofi. Haikuwa kazi nyepesi, lakini pia ana faida ya kwamba ameuelewa mkutano mwanzo mwisho kuliko wote. Hongera sana. Nakaribisha kama kuna maoni, recommendation, suggestion kutokana na mwasilishaji wetu wa yale yaliyotokea ndani ya mkutano wetu. Karibuni. Swali, maoni? Yes. To Engineer Asa.
We still have our sisters from our other countries, so keep the same English. Thank you very much for the summary and recap of everything that transpired from yesterday to today. I didn't want to speak actually, I just decided to break the silence when nobody was raising up a hand to speak. But if I can make a comment, what would be good is to have some action plan out of the summary that has been presented to us. Not everything can be put into action, but certainly there are certain things that can put into action. Who is responsible? What time should it be done? So that next time when you meet, you can review. One action item is membership into IET. You know the number, put the target. Let's talk about how many would have joined next time we meet again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Yes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ramla Tamand Abdullah and I'm from Lumumba Secondary School. Ningependa kusema tunashukuru sana kutoka kwa upande wa wanafunzi kushirikishwa katika exhibition like this, and we want more chances because most of us want to become engineers, like successful engineers ahead. So I really appreciate this chance to be here, and I wish more chances like this ahead, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So it's our second resolution that more chances to students. Now I welcome more resolutions of this conference.
Thank you so much for the chance. I'm Asha Maimbo from Water Institute. Thank you so much for preparing this event, but also I want to say that nobody is perfect. You should not give up on what you already prepared and did it. What is done is already done. Where there's a misperfection, next time there will be perfection. You should not stop from here. You must exceed upward and never downward. But again, I want to say something. we are forgetting those schools from villages. We have to reach there and take those children and influence them. Most of them, they come from poor families and uneducated families. They have no one who can influence them about those engineering stuffs, about those schools, and motivate them. It will be very perfect if we take chances to participate and visit them, to give them a little education about what we are doing, especially females. We know that there's a very poor knowledge there in knowledge that discourages them. They put them down, that which is not very good for us girls. Hivyo basi ningependa sana tusibei sana kwa shule za mjini na vyuo vya mjini. Naombeni sana tuende kwenye vyuo vya vijijini, tuwafikie wale pia na wao wanahitaji chansi kama hizi, kama sisi wengine ambao tunasoma shule za mjini na shule za vijijini. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Nafikiri ni mojawapo ya challenge ambayo imekuwa raised na women chapter. Wako tayari kufika huko, lakini ndio maana wamealika partners tusaidiane ili tuweze kufikia huko. Asante sana kwa observation nzuri. Yes. Yes, to engineer advocate Menye Manga. Nancy.
Nikiwa naenda kwa advocate Menye Manga, this year around at least tumeanza na chuo kimoja na Mbeya University kimeweza kuja kushirikiana nasi. Kwa hiyo na imani tutaendelea kupanda na kuongeza vyuo vingine na shule nyingine kutoka mikoani. Asante.
Lakini Mbeya sio kijijini.
Engineer Esther ni Mnyakyusa from Mbeya.
I think what is coming out from one of the presentation is the need for women engineers to join professional association, and starting with Institution of Engineers Tanzania. Okay, I was told here I was not heard, so I'm repeating myself. I say from one of the presentation, I think it was by the president of IET, is the need or the importance of women engineers to join professional associations. And that is starting with the Institution of Engineers Tanzania. Asante.
Thank you, Engineer and Advocate Menye Manga. Yes, we have a hand there. Raise up your hand again, you're not seen.
Yeah, kabla sijaongea na kutaka kuongea, ningependa kujua, je, ni engineers wangapi wana background ya ICT na telecom au uko kwenye technology? Okay. Sasa hii inaleta kwenu IET pamoja na registration board. I think there is a need to do more advocacy na promotion ya kujiunga ndani ya hizi association ambazo zinatusupport, especially ambao tuko kwenye platform. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, so nimeambiwa niongee Kiingereza, so I'm going back to English. Okay, so yeah, this is for you, IET and ERB. I think it's high chance now we have to do more advocacy in promoting, encouraging young girls and women who are doing engineering, especially in ICT, technology and telecoms, because we are very few of us, especially if you get into details. For instance, I'm doing digital health or health IT. We are very few of us, so most of the time you find yourself in a group of men and you're the only lady in a group. But now it's almost, we're in 23 years, and we still have few ladies in digital space. So I would like to encourage or to advise the IET and the ERB. I think we need to do more in that side. We are almost neglected. It's like we are not there, but we are there. But we are very few of us. So I think it's high time. I would like to applaud the civil engineering. The civil people, they're always doing the registration. They're there. It's like engineering is about civil, but the other fields, they're being left out. So please, guys,
let's work hard to make sure that we're men of us. That is.
Thank you very much for this observation. Then I think you should be the one now to encourage others to come up in these IT and ICT issues. Yes, we have a hand there.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, let me commend the good work done by Zainab. She has created a wonderful reported speech. What I will suggest, like what my predecessor said, is that now it should be in resolution forms. And this August gathering should empower you that your committee should create the resolutions from that report and then circulate it to all the members. That is one. Secondly, what she has left out are the questions which was raised by the members, and there were befitting answers which had come. So those questions and the answers thereof are also part of the resolutions, which are very important for us to move forward. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. This is well noted.
Thank you very much. Yeah, yesterday was honored as best CEO. And
Applause for her.
Thank you very much. And without Institute of Engineers Tanzania, I wouldn't be here today. To me, my appeal to you, all engineers, ladies who are here, make sure you are registered by the Institute of Engineers Tanzania. And I would like also to tell you, not only this, that I got the CEO, in 2021, I was also honored by an award as Entrepreneur of the Year, 2021, Mama Mhandis Award. And to the best of all the best things, last year, through Institute of Engineers Tanzania, I was recognized as a highly respected African woman to author a chapter of a book, Rising to the Top, which comprised 30 women around Africa, each one from every country in Africa. It means without Institute of Engineers Tanzania Women Chapter or whatever, I wouldn't be there as well. So now I'm recognized globally. The book was launched last year. Thank you very much. And in Tanzania, it was launched in July. And I did it in Arusha because there are STEM schools, many STEM schools in Arusha. I would just, as I said, my request to you is to make sure, join the Institute of Engineers Tanzania. You will have a lot of advantages and you will be known globally. Now I'm known globally. Last year, it was the meeting of these global engineering societies was held in South Africa, Cape Town. I was there and I met a lot of CEOs. One of the CEOs I sat nearby was the CEO of Boeing. Without Institute of Engineers Tanzania, I would have met that guy. And he was saying, I'm the CEO from the Boeing. I said, my goodness. Oh, with my Gain Energy company, I was only 3 years old firm, talking with such big guys. And you meet all CEOs around the globe. And this year, the meeting is in Mexico. So to me, please join IET. Without that, we won't be known. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Dr. Paranjo. Now, allow me, because of time, allow me to have 3 more resolutions, and then we have our evaluation forms. You can also add there, but also we are always open. You can suggest, and we shall work on them.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon all. Thank you very much, and foremost I should give a congratulations to the preparation team for the good job that you've been doing since yesterday. But I have one recommendation to the team. For us who are working in the mining sector, it's a highly men-dominated industry, and you find there are a lot of women that who are working there because of the busy schedule. You find they are not able to attend this session. We cannot come, all of us. But I think back in 2019 or 2018, one of the engineers from IET came to the mine, but those few men were able to attend that conference, and others were left because maybe we are not just working all the time in the engineering sectors, but in management areas. Working in a management work doesn't mean that you're not an engineer. But I suggest if you can, I think you have the register of all engineers working the mine. You can just find in a year, one time you visit the mine and meet all managers who work with the environmental, many engineers who works in the mine, and just tell them on the importance of women who are working in the mining areas or in the areas that are highly dominated with men to be registered. Maybe the managers doesn't know the importance. You can just be voicing yourself, but if you don't get external force that will voice for you, sometimes you'll be left back. But if you just give us backup, you come to the mine, you come to the areas that is highly dominated with men, speak to the managers and we'll just back up. You know, sometimes you have been hindered, you know, you don't have anywhere to sound or to voice up. But if we get a voice from you back, we can just move forward and just be a star. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think this is well noted, but as we said, you have to register so that we know you are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Esther. There was a comment from Vice President regarding the theme. Karibu, Engineer Esther.
Thank you very much for the comment from a lady from GGM. I think what I want to say is IET, in spite of being at the national level, and I said it's both mainland and island, we also have branches. We have some very active branches like Mwanza, Mbeya, and Arusha. But if I can make a comment, we are about to open a branch in Geita. So when we have a branch there, you'll be able to have a lot of your own social networking, professional discussions, etc., etc. So we are coming to Geita. Thank you.
Last two hands.
First, hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, we were just asking, like, on our event, we never saw a female engineering about aircraft. I have never seen even one, so we want you as a female institute to open like channels so we women who study about aviation, so we could get panels of different places, like to be admitted, like Madam said there.
To be what?
To be admitted, or places like women or girls should be emphasized to study about our course, like it's called an aircraft maintenance engineering. And as we know, there is a small number of female in aviation sectors. Even though we saw like the pilot who came with Tanzania Air Cargo was a female, but like seems like in our country it is not yet like the knowledge about women in aviation is so low. So we would like you to help us emphasizing people to study about aviation and open for us women channels to enter in aviation sectors. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is well noted. Let's have the last hand here. Nancy, we had a hand here.
I think it's all the way from Ghana, Zambia.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so I would like to commend the Tanzania Women's Chapter for a beautiful event. I think you've organized this very well. So one of my recommendations would be that maybe next time to reach out to more women, you can consider streaming it live. You have a Facebook page that is running and you stream it live, you'll be able to reach out to more women. I think in Zambia that is what we are doing. When we have a conference, we'll be able to share the link on the day of the event so that those who are not able to come physically, you can still join virtually. I think it's something that you should consider doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think this conference was live on YouTube. But thank you very much. Now allow me to welcome my chief rapporteur so that she can read out the recorded recommendation or resolution so that we finalize, and I will take this opportunity to welcome the ERB registrar. He has some few words to address this evening.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So we had a number of recommendations and resolutions from various people. I'm not able to mention all names, but the first one was from Engineer Maipopo. That's a simple one, and it's the only one I'm going to mention. And he told us to have an action plan from the summary that will summarize the plan and who will be responsible, taking an example of the membership into the Institute of Engineers, which has been talked a lot in the conference, and we should have a target on how we're going to encounter this and who is going to be responsible for checking the numbers. And then the second one was from a student, and she was happy about the event and requested to have more chances to students in participating in such events. And I think the IET Women chapter want that, and it's always been like that, so don't worry. And then the other comment was that we are forgetting students from the village, and so the IET Women chapter should make sure they go to the village. And as the Vice President said, that was also one of the challenges that Engineer Rehana said, that they want to do that, but the financial capabilities are very minimal, so they are welcoming partners and collaborators for them to be successful in this event. And the other one was from the need for women engineers to join professional associations such as the Engineers Registration Board. I think he was talking to me. We will join. And for the rest, also make sure you join professional associations such as the Engineers Registration Board. And then there's also a need for advocacy in promoting and encouraging women in ICT, telecoms, as well as the digital space in general. And also, there was a comment from Engineer Kadri that in after the report, it should be in resolution forms, and the committee should come up with the resolutions from the report, and also the questions and answers from the members. Yeah, this one is in the report. I had minimal time to present, and there were many presenters, so I couldn't write all the questions and answers from everyone. And also, we are again encouraged by the awardee of the Mama Mhandisi Award, Best CEO, to join the IET so as to be recognized globally, as you heard from her examples. And lastly, but not least, there was a comment from someone from the mining sector, and she advised that IET should to meet with the employees of these mining sectors and advise to encourage their employers to join and register and attend these meetings. And this was responded by Engineer Asa, and he said that they're about to open a branch in Geita. So this one will be simple and easy for you to accomplish that. Thank you very much. I submit.
Round of applause to Dr. Zainabu Katima. Tumpigie makofi, amefanya kazi nzuri zaidi. Asante sana. Asanteni sana, naomba mturuhusu tuondoke, then tumwachie kazi yake MC. Engineer Nancy, karibu sana.
Asante, naomba tuwapigie makofi mengi. Another round of applause to Session Chair Engineer Esther Christopher, and thank you so much Dr. Katima and the other doctor for a good report or wind up on recommendations and observations. So we have with us the Engineers Registration Board Registrar, Engineer Bernard Kavishe. He has something special to share with us. I believe it's regarding the board or other things which we need to know under the engineering sector. So I hereby welcome the Registrar, Engineer Bernard Kavishe. Naomba tumpigie makofi mengi. Anafanya kazi nzuri sana katika bodi ya wahandisi na tuko tayari kuweza kukusikia. Karibu sana msajili.
Good afternoon. Asante kwa kunifagilia. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala. Kif halek? Mheshimiwa Da Costa nilimuona hapa, mwenyekiti wa bodi ya Zanzibar, Mheshimiwa Mansur, Mheshimiwa past president wa IT kaka yangu, Mheshimiwa makamu wa 3 wa president wa IT, waheshimiwa kina mama, Mheshimiwa Dr. Katima Livson, tunafurahi una akili kama calculator, waheshimiwa wanafunzi, na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Mimi nakuja hapa kuongea kwa niaba ya katibu mkuu. Katibu mkuu alikuwa naye most of yesterday and part of this morning. Ameniagiza niwaletee salamu zake. Ana other matters anafanya. Kwa hiyo akasema hebu waambie wakina mama Tawece kwamba I was very impressed. Kwa katibu mkuu alikuwa extremely impressed. Ameniambia mambo mengi, mengine nitasema, mengine nitawaambia viongozi polepole. Lakini kwa ujumla amekuwa impressed na Tawece. Amekuwa impressed na women chapter. Amekuwa impressed na ufunguzi. Ufunguzi wote mnavyoona ulikuwa ni mzuri. Alikuwa impressed na night gala. Amekuwa impressed na hata mlivyovaa na mlivyong'aa. Amekuwa impressed na creativity. There's a lot of creativity katika hii event. The energy, the coordination. It was a lot of coordination kwa Tawece kama mtoto wa IT. Ni mtoto binti? Binti wa IT. Kwa hiyo kuna coordination pale between IT and Tawece. Kuna coordination between them and the ERB and the ministry. And all this is happening in Zanzibar. Kwa hiyo na serikali ya mapinduzi. Kwa hiyo the Tawece has proven to be a powerhouse katika engineering in Tanzania. Na mimi kama msajili nafurahia jinsi ambavyo mnakuja. Na nafurahia naona hata vijana wanafunzi wana confidence, they stand up, they talk. Kwa hiyo if you look behind you, mnaona huu moto utaendelea kuwa mkali. Kwa kweli mnatisha. Mjipongeze basi. Kwa hiyo katibu mkuu ameagiza tarehe 10 viongozi wa Tawece tukutane naye Dodoma. Ana mambo ya kuteta na nyie. Ana mambo ya kuteta, nafikiri yatakuwa ni mazuri. So I will propose kwamba mfanye postmortem quickly. Ili mkienda pale muende united. Yeah. Mwende united, mwende na neno hili. Na maybe not strictly uongozi, lakini watu wenye nguvu mle mnaweza mkaenda nao. Nafikiri tutaliongea hilo na viongozi. Labda mje tarehe 9 tutoete pale ERB, tarehe 10 tukienda pale tuko kitu kimoja. Kwa kweli jana I was also impressed kama ERB. I didn't know there are so many like CEOs, kila category had more than 10 people, dozens of people. Kwa hiyo kwa engineers wa Tanzania hakuna shortage of inspiration. There's no shortage of inspiration. Mama Juliana Palanjo ni big inspiration, lakini amesema alikuwa inspired na CEO wa Boeing. But you don't have to go far. CEO wa Tanzania, Chief Engineer, Super Engineer, Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan is enough inspiration for you. Si ndio? Hey, CEO wetu hapa ni nani? Hey. Zanzibar hapa katibu mkuu yule, katibu kiongozi. Kwa hiyo hamna shortage of inspiration. Kwa hiyo tutategemea sasa hivi engineering itakuwa powered, itakuwa growth yake tutaiona kwa kina mama. Kwa hiyo mimi nawashauri you keep the tempo. You keep the tempo. I heard people saying you should register. Kuregister ni kitu muhimu. If you don't register, you don't climb up the ladder. A lot of jobs, a lot of promotions, a lot of appointments requires that you register. Kwa hiyo jiambie mwenyewe mwaka huu nitaregister. Kuna a lot of, unajua sawa na mtu tayari ushakuwa na miaka 15 alafu uko chekechea. When you are not a professional engineer, you don't have a professional opinion. You are considered a learner. Much as whatever unachojua, but that paper is important. Kwa jamani, fanyeni registration. Cha pili, someni. A lot of women engineers tumeona, tumesample TANESCO, tumesample sehemu nyingi. Unakuta women, they are slow in registering, but they are also slow in going for a tertiary education, a postgraduate education. So do that, because nowadays it's easy. You can do it through the digital platforms. A lot of masters and postgraduates are available online. Lakini lingine, you should keep your health, both physical na mental health. It's a big issue nowadays. Kwa hiyo jaribu kujikeep positive, kujikeep healthy, afu changamkieni fursa. Kuna dada mmoja yuko hapa, anaitwa Susan Bakesha. Susan has a lot of opportunities for ladies. Susan uko hapa? Yeah, Susan, there's a project here in Zanzibar kwa ajili ya kusupport akina mama. Changamkieni. Yesterday you heard about UNDP. There is energy sector scholarship exclusive for girls. Changamkieni. ERB, like we said, we are he for she, and maybe she for she. There are a lot of biased projects ambazo zina aim kupush akina mama. You must take advantage of them. Leo tutafunga, but tomorrow I think kuna kuidiscover Zanzibar. Tawa encourage katika keep your mental health. Msikimbilie Dar es Salaam. Msikimbilie Dar es Salaam, discover Zanzibar. Hapa Stone Town hamna kitu. There is more Zanzibar than what you have seen. Kwa hiyo msikimbilie Dar es Salaam. I'm also not going to Dar es Salaam. Kesho Jumapili tabanana hapa. Sawa? Msiende Dar es Salaam. Mtaenda Dar es Salaam baadaye. Zanzibar is beautiful. Na nilikuwa naongea na kaka zangu hapa kwamba maybe tutatafuta namna na sisi ile AED tuifanyie hapa. Thank you. Na kaka yangu Mansur, naomba usimame wa kufahamu Huyu ni mrajisi hapa, tuna mashirikiano mazuri. Thank you. Kuna mashirikiano ya bodi ya Zanzibar na ya huku. Na we will soon have mutual recognition. If somebody is registered in Zanzibar, he's as good as registered in the Bara. If somebody is registered in Bara, he's as good as registered in Zanzibar. Kwa hiyo, that's where we are almost there. Kwa hiyo tutaendelea kushirikiana. Sisi ni kitu kimoja. Mwishoni, kuna mtu ameongea about aircraft engineer from aviation. Engineering aircraft is all this engineering which you know. It's just a specialization. Kuna watu wa aviation, it's a big army. Hebu simameni, wanafunzi wa discover. Watu wa aviation, Neema na wewe ni aviation. Aviation wako wengi. Okay. Aviation kuna CNS, communication, navigation and surveillance. Hao ni watu wa telecom, kitu kama hicho. Na wapo Edina wapo. Ni just specialization. Wale wengine wa airworthiness unakuta ni either mechanical au ni mtu easy. Kwa hiyo is just a specialization, lakini the thing is kwamba wao wanakuwa registered pia na TCAA. Sometimes they forget to join these forums, lakini tutawa encourage waje. Mwishoni ile show kubwa sasa ile Annual Engineers Day. This year it will happen in Dar es Salaam, Mlimani City, tarehe 14 na 15, but most of that week will buzz with activities. So I'm encouraging especially those ambao wamefanya maonesho hapa, tutafute tuwape tena space pale muonekane. Lakini kaka yangu aliniambia kwamba some of these projects are good, mkiziregister. Unajua ni kama mbegu ya harage inaota, usipoipalilia it dies. Kwa hiyo the prototypes and the things which you have shown hapo mngeviendeleza vije vika turn into projects. Kwa hiyo tutatoa nafasi kwa nafasi chache zilizopo kwa nyinyi kuja kushowcase. Na with regard to registration, it's good to be registered. Kwanza kuwa registered na ERB sio ombi. If you are not registered and you have an opinion on engineering, you are breaking the law. You are operating nje ya sheria. If you employ somebody who is not registered, afu kampa mamlaka, you are breaking the law. Kwa hiyo register. You might be good kwenye academics, but registration manake una prove kwamba kwenye profession life na we umo. But it's also good to belong to a community. Nyati akiwa peke yake analiwa na simba. Akiwa kwenye herd, they protect each other, they grow together. Kwa hiyo naomba mjiunge na IT na asset, na tutaweka booth. Na wakaribisha IT, na wakaribisha asset, na wakaribisha Tawece kwenye ile wiki ambayo tutafanya Annual Engineers Day. Tutawapa booth. Na in every activity ya ERB tutawapa nafasi. Na we have a draft MOU ya what we can do together with Tawece, especially kwenye kuintervene to encourage more girls kuchukua STEM. With those remarks, nawatakia kila laheri.
Kwa mazuri haya aliyesema msajili, makofi hayatoshi. Another round of applause. Thank you so much, ERB Registrar. Mgeni rasmi wa kufunga kongamano letu hili la 8 ameshafika eneo la tukio, muda si mrefu ataweza kuingia na kuweza kufunga mkutano wetu. I hereby request all foreign delegates to stay on that side so that you may get people to help with the translation of language from Kiswahili to your language. All foreign delegates kindly occupy the front seats. Naomba niweze kumuita mmoja wa sponsors, Tanshek Limited, aweze kuongea nasi machache kuhusiana na Tanshek. Ni mmoja wa sponsors wetu. Dakika hizi chache tukiwa tunamsubiri mgeni rasmi aweze kuingia katika eneo hili. Karibu sana Engineer Anna from Tanshek Limited.
Habari za jioni mabibi na mabwana. Mbele yenu ni mhandisi Adamel Philemon. Natokea kampuni ya Tanshek Limited ambao ni wataalamu waelekezi kwenye mambo ya mazingira, lakini na mining. Pia ningependa kabla ya kuendelea kwa hiyo introduction kwamba mmeshajua natokea kampuni gani, nipende kuchukua fursa hii kushukuru walioandaa hii kongamano kwa kutupa nafasi kama Tanshek, lakini kama sponsor kuongelea mambo machache ya kuwajulisha wahandisi, mameneja wa taasisi mbalimbali za serikali na private sector kuwa Tanshek Limited sasa hivi mwaka huu tunasherehekea miaka 13 ya kwenye upande wa mazingira na upande wa mining. Tumesajiliwa na bodi ya wahandisi Tanzania, lakini pia tumesajiliwa na baraza la mazingira la NEMC na ZEMA. Pia tumesajiliwa na international organization ambayo ni ISGLR, ambayo ni tuko ni third party auditors wa kukagua thamani ya madini kuanzia tunavyofanya exploration mpaka mtumiaji wa mwisho. Kwa vichache tulikuwa tumejiengage kwenye upande wa environmental impact assessment, lakini pia na monitoring. Lakini sasa lengo letu la kuongea na nyie wateja wetu, lakini pia collaborators na partners, tunapenda kuambia kwamba tunakaribia tuna finalize, nisije nikasema tumeshasajiliwa kwa sababu tuko mbele ya msajili wa mambo ya uhandisi. Tutaanza kazi za uhandisi endapo tutakuwa tumemalizia. Tunategemea mpaka mwezi wa 10 mwaka huu tutahamia kwenye upande wa civil pia kufanya kazi hizo. Kwa hiyo tunawakaribisha, na pia kama alivyokuwa amepresent Dr. Dennis alisema kwamba sisi Tanshek na sisi tunaamua ku collaborate, not to die. So thank you for your attention now, for listening, and we love you.
Asante sana Tanshek Limited. Naomba tupigie tena makofi our event sponsor Tanshek Limited. Another round of applause. Our regards to the former Vice President Haiti, the COO of Tanshek. Thank you. So muda si mrefu mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi ataweza kuingia na tutaweza kufanya closing ceremony ya mkutano wetu wa 8 wa wahandisi wanawake ndani ya taasisi ya uhandisi kitengo cha wanawake. DJ karibu.
I'm a superwoman. I'm
niombe wale wote ambao wako kwenye maonyesho waweze kuingia ndani tuweze kufanya closing ceremony. Viongozi wa wanafunzi, naomba muingize wanafunzi wote ndani.
Na vipicha vya kichokozi. Squeeze mwanaume anapenda mwanamke ajitume na chape kazi. Kuna vikundi vya kusaidiana, vikoba vyetu ushindi tunakopesha. Kubwa kwenye uongozi tumepata mtetezi Mama Samia oye.
Wanawake uvuvi, ualimu, urubani unahodha, mkikuongoza
for my own, don't care about fighting. You know I can be queen and also be king. Superwoman, give me that championship ring.
Nilianza changa changa kamtaji kangu chakanga. Biashara ya genge kanipatia kiwanja. Sasa na shishi food, kifupi life is good. Na namba hizi kibanda. Aya, kina dada wote msilale, 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 msilale. Amkeni muda sasa. Oh, joka tumwekele. Asharozi mbikiro. Mama Dangote. Mama Rakatale. Mama Nyerere. Tulia Ackson. Mama Janet Magufuli.
Wahandisi wanawake kwa maendeleo endelevu. Wahandisi wanawake wanaijenga Tanzania. Wahandisi wanawake kwa maendeleo endelevu. Wahandisi wanawake wanaijenga Tanzania. Wahandisi wanawake wanafanya kazi kubwa kuleta maendeleo nchini. Sifa yao uchapa kazi, weledi, ufanisi, umakini, uadilifu. Wanawake wahandisi. Wahandisi wanawake ni viongozi wazuri, wapewe nafasi zaidi. Walimu wa sayansi waongezwe mashuleni, mabinti wajengewe msingi mzuri wa STEM. Matatizo yaliyo kwenye jamii, suluhisho ni wahandisi wahandisi wanawake kwa kazi nzuri. Hongera.
DJ asante. Tukiwa tunasubiri mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi aweze kuingia, naomba niweze kumkaribisha mkurugenzi mtendaji wa taasisi ya wahandisi nchini Tanzania, ndugu yetu Mr. Ipiana Moses, ili aweze kueleza kwa ufupi kuhusiana na taasisi hii. Wengi mmekuwa na maswali, naweza kujoin vipi, membership zikoje, how can I be a member, na imani yale maswali yako yote regarding the Institution of Engineers Tanzania will be answered by the executive director. Kwanza nitambue sana uwepo wake, ni mtu muhimu sana in the Institution of Engineers Tanzania, and naomba nikukaribishe Mr. Ipiana. Karibu sana. Makofi to our executive director.
Habari za jioni. Najua wengi wamezungumza kuhusiana na taasisi ya wahandisi Tanzania. Labda kwa uchache niweze kuzungumza tu vitu vichache ambavyo pengine wengi hawafahamu waanzie wapi kujiunga na taasisi ya wahandisi Tanzania. Kwanza, kama tunavyofahamu, hii ni professional association, ni member based organization ambayo members ambao ni engineers na technicians wana uwezo wa kujiunga. Lakini membership yake inaanza kuanzia level ya wanafunzi. Tuna wanafunzi hapa, actually tunao wanafunzi wengi, na labda pia nitumie fursa hii kutambua uwepo wao. Tuna wanafunzi ambao wanasoma vyuo vikuu katika vyuo mbalimbali. Almost karibia nafikiri vyuo vyote tuna student chapters ambazo Madam President alizitamka, tuna chapters mbalimbali. Kwa kwenye chapter ya wanafunzi tuna members ambao wamejiunga huko, na wale members ambao wamejiunga wana viongozi, na hao viongozi wako ambao wako katika ngazi ya chapter husika, yani chuo, lakini pia kuna viongozi ambao ni wa national level. Kwa wako hapa, nipende kutambua uwepo wao. Actually tuna mwenyekiti ambaye anaitwa Joshua Komba ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa national level. Kwa hiyo ni membership category ya kwanza ya student members, ambao wao ukomo wa wanachama wao unakwisha baada tu ya kumaliza chuo, lakini kile cheti ambacho wanakuwa nacho wana uwezo wa kukitumia katika shughuli mbalimbali. Wengi wanatumia wanapokwenda kuomba kazi sehemu mbalimbali, na baadhi ya sehemu wanaokwenda kuomba kazi wanaomba reference, kwa wanakuja institution tunawaandikia reference na kadhalika. Kwa hiyo wakishamaliza chuo, basi unapaswa ujiunge na membership class nyingine inaitwa graduate membership class. Hii class ni kwa wale wahandisi ambao wamehitimu mpaka miaka 3. Basi naona waheshimiwa wamefika, nafikiri wakati mwingine tutapata muda. Asanteni sana.
Naomba muda si mrefu mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi ataweza kuingia. Naomba anapoingia wote tusimame. Naomba tusimame. Na mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi wa kufunga kongamano letu la 8 la wahandisi wanawake nchini Tanzania si mwingine ni mheshimiwa Leila Mohamed Musa, waziri wa elimu na mafunzo ya amali hapa Zanzibar. Karibu sana mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi wa kutufungia kongamano hili la 8 la wahandisi wanawake nchini Tanzania. Naomba tupige makofi mengi Zimekuwa siku mbili za mafanikio makubwa sana. Tunawashukuru wote. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi Leila Mohamed Musa, Waziri wa Elimu na Mafunzo ya Awali. Tunakushukuru sana 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 kuweza kufika, kuweza kutufungia kongamano hili. DJ, naomba uendelee, naomba tupige makofi mengi. DJ, tupige makofi mengi wakiwa wanajiandaa kukaa. Nisikie vigelegele kutoka kwa wahandisi wanawake. Zimekuwa siku mbili bomba sana, na tuna furaha kubwa sana kufunga kongamano hili tukiwa na Mheshimiwa Leila Mohamed Musa, Waziri wa Elimu na Mafunzo ya Amali hapa Zanzibar.
Tubeba, akatulea, akatufundisha. Zile zama za mwanamke hawezi, hapana, siku hizi hakuna. Tunashiriki vyema wanchu jenzi na
asante sana meza kuu, tunashukuru sana. Karibu mweze kuketi na washiriki wote wa kongamano hili. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi wa kufunga kongamano hili la 8 la wahandisi wanawake nchini Tanzania lililoandaliwa na taasisi ya wahandisi kitengo cha wanawake 8Th Women Chapter, tunakukaribisha sana sana na tumefurahi kukuona, na ukaribie na ujisikie kabisa uko na wahandisi na umekuja kutunga mkono wanawake wenzako. Zanzibar oye! Zanzibar oye! Asante. Baada ya kusema hayo, Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, naomba niweze kutoa utambulisho mfupi wa hadhara hii tukiwa tunaendelea na ratiba yetu ya kuweza kufunga kongamano hili. Naomba niweze kumtambulisha walioko meza kuu, ni pamoja na mhandisi wakili Menye Manga, mwenyekiti wa bodi ya usajili wa wahandisi Tanzania ERB. Naomba tumpigie makofi. Tunaye pia mhandisi Yasa Di Costa, mwenyekiti wa bodi ya wasanifu wahandisi na wakaridiaji majengo Zanzibar. Makofi. Tunaye pia mhandisi Dr. Salha Mohamed Kasim, mkurugenzi mkuu wa mamlaka ya maji Zanzibar ZAWA. Naomba nimtambulishe kwako mhandisi Esther Christopher, ambaye ni makamu mwenyekiti wa taasisi ya wahandisi Tanzania kitengo cha wanawake. Baada ya hapo niweze kumtambulisha mhandisi Alice Isibika, ambaye ni makamu wa rais wa taasisi ya wahandisi Tanzania. Makofi kwa Dr. Alice. Pia kwenye meza kuu tunaye QS Amina Mohamed Abib, ambaye kwa siku ya leo anamwakilisha rais wa taasisi ya wasanifu wahandisi na wakaririaji majengo Zanzibar. Asante sana, lakini ni makamu mwenyekiti pia wa kitengo cha wanawake kwa upande wa Zanzibar. Tunashukuru sana kuwa na wageni wetu wote meza kuu. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, pia naomba nitoe utambulisho kwa makundi, nikianza na marais waliopita wa taasisi ya uhandisi Tanzania. Mlipo naomba muweze kusimama. Tumefurahi sana kuwa nanyi, Injinia Ngwisa Mpembe, Injinia Kadri, lakini pia mhandisi Menye Manga. Asante. Tunaye mrajis wa bodi ya wasanifu wahandisi na wakadiriaji Zanzibar, ndugu yetu Mansur. Naomba tumpigie makofi, anafanya kazi nzuri sana kwa wahandisi Zanzibar. Tunao wajumbe wa taasisi ya wasanifu, wahandisi na wakaririaji majenzi Zanzibar. Tunao wajumbe wa bodi ya wasanifu, wahandisi na wakaririaji Zanzibar. Asante. We have our foreign delegates all the way from Ghana and Zambia. Kindly wave, stand up and wave. Tunao wahandisi wanawake kutoka pande zote bara na Zanzibar. Naomba tusimame. Tusimame wahandisi. Makofi mengi. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, tunao pia wanafunzi wa vyuo sekondari na amali ambao kwa siku hizi mbili wamefanya maonyesho mazuri sana ya kazi zao mbalimbali ambazo zina mlengo wa sayansi. Wanafunzi wote naomba msimame. Asante. Tunao wadhamini wa mkutano huu, our event sponsors, na wale wote waliofanya maonyesho, wahandisi wote, wahudhuriaji wote wa kongamano hili. Mabibi na mabwana, itoshe kusema itifaki imezingatiwa. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, kwa ufupi, hao ni wa participants wote, washiriki wa mkutano huu. Naomba niweze kuchukua nafasi hii sasa kuweza kumkaribisha makamu mwenyekiti wa taasisi ya wahandisi Tanzania, mhandisi Esther Christopher, kwa ajili ya remarks. Karibu sana. Makofi kwa makamu mwenyekiti.
Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, Mheshimiwa Leila Muhammad Musa, Waziri wa Elimu na Mafunzo ya Amali, Mhandisi Wakili Menye Manga, Mwenyekiti wa Bodi ya Usajili wa Wahandisi Tanzania, Mhandisi Yesa de Costa, Mwenyekiti wa Bodi ya Wasanifu Wahandisi na Wakadiriaji Majengo Zanzibar, Mhandisi Dr. Salha Muhammad Kasim, Mkurugenzi Mkuu wa Mamlaka ya Maji Zanzibar, Mhandisi Alice Isibika, Makamu wa Rais Taasisi ya Wahandisi Tanzania, QS Amina Muhammad Habib, Mwenyekiti wa Organization ya Wasanifu Wahandisi na Wakadiriaji Majengo Zanzibar. Itifaki imezingatiwa. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, kwanza kabisa kwa niaba ya mwenyekiti wa Taasisi ya Wahandisi Tanzania kitengo cha wanawake na kwa niaba ya wahandisi wote wanawake waliopo hapa, nitumie fursa hii kukushukuru sana kwa kuitikia wito wetu wa kuja kutufungia kongamano letu la leo, pamoja na kwamba ulipata taarifa ndani ya muda mfupi sana. Kwetu sisi hii ni heshima kubwa sana kukupata wewe, lakini pia mwanamke mwenzetu. Makofi kwake. Pili, Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, tumefurahishwa sana na ushirikiano tulioupata kwa wenyeji wetu kutoka Zanzibar, especially wanawake wahandisi wa Zanzibar, lakini pia na taasisi zote za kihandisi na wenyeji wetu wa Zanzibar. Kwetu tumeshukuru sana na kitu chema sana. Bila kupoteza muda, Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, naamini wahandisi wamejifunza vengi kutoka kwenye mkutano huu, na naomba nitumie fursa hii ili nisiwachoshe, waweze kusikia kutoka kwako na uweze kutufungia kongamano letu hili. Nachukua muda huu kukukaribisha kwa ajili ya tukio hilo. Karibu sana na makofi kwake. Asanteni.
Kwa mama huyo, vigeregere kwa mama huyo, shangwe kwa mama huyo, vigeregere kwa mama huyo.
I'm a superwoman. I'm a superwoman. Hey, superwoman. Superwoman. Superwoman.
Mainjinia oye! Wahandisi oye! Kina mama oye! Superwoman wote mikono juu! Kina baba oye! Asanteni sana. We should be inclusive, Tunao akina baba, lazima tutambue uwepo wao. Engineer Meya Manga ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa bodi ya wahandisi kwa upande wa Tanzania bara, na architect Yasir Diko ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa bodi ya wahandisi kwa upande wa Zanzibar. Natambua uwepo wasajili wa bodi zetu ERB na AEQSRB, Engineer Bernard Kavishe na Engineer Mansur Rashid. Natambua uwepo pia wa mwenyekiti wa IET Women Chapter, maengineer wote ambao tuko hapa, wageni wetu waalikwa, wanafunzi wangu wapendwa, mabibi na mabwana, assalamu alaikum. Habari za jioni, habari za kongamano. Asanteni sana. Awali ya yote nianze kwanza kwa kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kutuwezesha kukutana hapa leo hii jioni hii tukiwa wazima wa afya kwa ajili ya kufunga rasmi kongamano letu hili. Pili, nichukue fursa hii kutoa shukrani nyingi kwa kunialika mimi binafsi kuweza kufunga kongamano hili la 8 la wahandisi wanawake Tanzania mwaka 2023. Nasema ni heshima kubwa na ni furaha kubwa kwangu kama mwanamke kupewa heshima hii. Nasema asanteni sana. Napenda pia nichukue fursa hii kuwashukuru waandaaji kwa kuamua kuandaa mkutano huu kwa mara ya kwanza hapa Zanzibar. Kwa kweli mmeheshimisha Zanzibar, hasa katika kipindi hichi ambacho serikali imekuwa ikichukua jitihada kubwa sana katika kuhakikisha masomo ya science hasa STEM yanakuwa ni kipaumbele kwa wanafunzi wetu. Nimeambiwa kwamba mkutano huu umehudhuriwa na wahandisi wasiopungua 1000 kutoka sehemu mbalimbali ndani ya nchi yetu na wengine kutoka nje ya nchi yetu. Kwa wageni wetu ambao wametoka nchi za Ghana na Zambia na lotoka Tanzania pia, nashukuru sana kwa kuja kushiriki nasi katika mkutano huu, na ninaamini kwamba mmepata fursa ya kubadilishana uzoefu na kujifunza mengi pia kutoka kwetu Zanzibar. Ni dhahiri kwamba ongezeko la mahudhurio linatokana na maandalizi makini na ubora wa mjadala yaliyofanyika. Hii inadhihirisha kwamba wahandisi na hata waajiri wanathamini umuhimu wa mkutano huu, na ndio sababu waliwaruhusu kusafiri na kuhudhuria mkutano huu wa siku 2 hapa Zanzibar. Ndugu wahandisi, mada kuu iliyojadiliwa mwaka huu inasema nguvu ya ushirikishwaji wa wanawake katika kazi za kihandisi. Mada hii ni muhimu sana katika kuimarisha maendeleo ya wanawake duniani kote kwa ujumla. Nimefurahi sana kusikia kwamba pamoja na mada kuu hii pia mlijadili mada nyingine ndogo zipatazo 7 ambazo ziligusa moja kwa moja maendeleo ya mwananchi wa kawaida. Ndugu wahandisi, nadhani mtakubaliana na mimi kwamba watoa mada wote walikuwa mahiri na washiriki nyote mlijadili mada hizo kwa kina na umahiri mkubwa. Na wasilishaji mada zao, nina uhakika kwa mijadala ambavyo ilikwenda, mapendekezo yote ambayo mmeyafikia yatasaidia sana katika maendeleo ya nchi zetu. Naomba nirudie kama alivyoasa Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi wakati wa ufunguzi, Mheshimiwa Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi hapo jana, kwamba wahandisi wanawake tutumie fursa zilizotolewa na serikali kusajili kampuni na kujiajiri kupitia ukandarasi na ushauri elekezi, kwa sababu kufanya hivyo kutachangia kwa kiasi kikubwa maendeleo ya nchi zetu. Napenda kusisitiza kwamba maagizo yaliyotolewa na Mheshimiwa Rais muyazingatie, likiwemo lile la kuwafikia wanawake wengi zaidi na hasa wanafunzi huko mashuleni na katika vyuo. Hatua hii itasaidia kuongeza idadi ya wanawake wahandisi nchini kwetu. Na niwape habari njema tu wahandisi ambao mko hapa, wazazi wenzangu na wanafunzi mliopo, kwamba Zanzibar chini ya Serikali ya Mapinduzi ya Zanzibar itafungua rasmi campus ya Indian Institute of Technology Madrasa katika eneo la Bweleo mwezi wa Oktoba mwaka huu na kuanza na degree ya kwanza ya data science. Haya ni maendeleo makubwa sana katika nyanja ya science. Chuo hichi ni kikubwa na ni vizuri hapa tupo wazazi kipindi hichi maombi yako wazi. Sote tunafahamu brandi ya IIT Madrasa duniani. Ni brandi kubwa sana. Nitumie fursa hii kuwasihi wanafunzi na wazazi kutokupoteza fursa hii, waombe chuo. Tunasema neema imekuja nyumbani, kwa hiyo tutumie fursa hii katika kukuza zana nzima ya sayansi na teknolojia katika visiwa vyetu. Nimeambiwa kwamba jana baada ya ufunguzi zilitolewa zawadi inayojulikana kama Mhandisi Award kwa makundi mbalimbali ya wahandisi wanawake, wakiwemo Best CEO, Best Research, Best Engineer Leader, Best Company and Best Project. Zawadi hizi zimetolewa kwa kutambua utendaji wao mzuri, na nachukua nafasi hii kuwapongeza sana 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 wale wote ambao walipata zawadi hizo. Napenda niwapongeze tena washiriki wote, kamati ya maandalizi pamoja na taasisi ya wahandisi kwa kuandaa mkutano huu kwa mafanikio makubwa. Na niwaagize kwamba mapendekezo yatakayotokana na mkutano huu yawasilishwe serikalini kwa ajili ya ufuatiliaji na utekelezaji yale ambayo yatahitaji hatua za serikali kutekelezwa. Kadhalika niwaombe wageni wetu kutoka nje ya nchi yetu na hata nje ya Zanzibar, baada ya mkutano huu mpate muda kutembelea sehemu mbalimbali za kitalii katika kisiwa hichi cha marashi ya karafuu. Nimeambiwa kwamba tutatembelea baadhi ya maeneo maarufu hapa kisiwani yakiwemo mashamba ya viungo. Nendeni mkasikie harufu ya giligilani na harufu ya iliki kutoka visiwa vya Zanzibar. Mwisho kabisa, niwatakie safari njema na wale waliotoka mbali, Mwenyezi Mungu awarudishe salama, wakiwemo wageni wetu ambao wametoka nchi tofauti na kuja hapa Zanzibar. Baada ya kuyasema hayo, sasa kwa heshima na taadhima naomba nitamke rasmi kwamba mkutano huu wa 8 wa wahandisi wanawake Tanzania 2023 umefungwa rasmi leo tarehe 4 Agosti 2023 hapa Zanzibar. Baada ya tamko hilo, nimeambiwa kuna kutoa tunzo na zawadi. Kwa hiyo nipo tayari sasa kwa ajili ya kugawa tunzo hizo na zawadi. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Asante, naomba tumpigie makofi mengi mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi. Tunakushukuru sana na tukuombe kwa unyenyekevu mkubwa sana, wewe mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi pamoja na meza kuu muweze kushuka ili eneo la chini, ili tuweze kugawa zawadi na tuzo katika hizi kategori ambazo zinafuata. Asante sana. DJ, naomba uweze kuwashusha meza kuu. DJ. Na zawadi au tuzo za kwanza, mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, zinaenda kwa upande wa shule za sekondari pamoja na vyuo, ambapo kuna kazi mbalimbali za sayansi wamekuwa wakizifanya na wakizionyesha innovations mbalimbali, na kuna timu ya majaji ambayo imepita ikatembelea kazi hizo zote, ikaweza kuassess kutokana na vipengele ambavyo walikuwa wameviweka, na naomba niweze kuwasimamisha na kuwatambua majaji hao ambao ni pamoja na Sarah Moses Temesa, Talham Ali Zawa, Sia Godlizen, Gigi ML, na Thania Salum Zawa na Dr. Douglas Benjamin Masi kutoka Water Institute. Na naomba sasa niweze kutangaza matokeo kwa ngazi ya shule za sekondari, na nitaanza na mshindi wa 3. Wanafunzi, are you ready? Nafasi ya 3 imechukuliwa na Loyola Secondary School. Karibu mbele uweze kupokea zawadi yako. Hongereni sana Loyola. Loyola chap chap. Baada ya kupokea zawadi, naomba mtakaa kwa pembeni, mgeni rasmi akionekana muweze kupata picha. Asante Loyola. Naomba sasa nimlete kwenu mshindi nambari 2 kwa ngazi ya sekondari, na si mwingine, Hamamni Secondary School, all the way from Zanzibar. Hongereni sana kwa kuchukua nafasi ya 2. Mnapokuja kujipanga, mwache nafasi mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi aweze kuonekana. Asante. Mabibi na mabwana, naomba nimlete kwenu kinara wa maonyesho haya kwa ngazi ya sekondari, naye si mwingine ni Kisutu Secondary School. Makofi kwa Kisutu, watoto wa Dar es Salaam. Kisutu chap chap wakiongozana na mwalimu wao. Well done, mmefanya vizuri sana. Wakipata picha nzuri na mgeni rasmi, mmefanya vizuri sana. Hongereni Kisutu Secondary School. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, naomba sasa niende kwa ngazi za vyuo. Wanafunzi wa vyuo mpo? Namleta kwenu nafasi ya 3, nayo imechukuliwa na Dar es Salaam Institute of Technology, DIT. DIT chap. Nilimwona pia makamu mkuu wa chuo Professor Najas, kama yupo ungane nao, au walimu wa DIT. Naona baadhi ya wajumbe wa taasisi, Dr. Mwaka, Sheikh Halima, well done DIT. Naomba sasa mgeni rasmi nimtangaze mshindi wa pili, National Institute of Transport, NIT. Karibuni sana NIT, chap. National Institute of Transport wamechukua nafasi ya pili kwa upande wa vyuo. Hongereni sana NIT. Wana project nzuri pale nje, ikiwemo bajaji ya umeme. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, katika ngazi za vyuo naomba niweze kumtangaza mshindi wa kwanza, kinara kweli kweli, naye si mwingine ni Mbeya University of Science and Technology. Wow, all the way from Mbeya. Ladies in Science. Baada ya hapo, Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, tunaomba tutoe certificate kwa vyuo na mashule yote, tukitambua mchango wao katika kongamano hili na uwepo wao, na naomba niweze kuwakaribisha Hamamni Secondary School kutoka Zanzibar. Karibuni muweze kuchukua cheti. Ninavyowaita naomba mje haraka. Hamamni, karibuni. Wakati huo Lumumba, naomba msogee. Lumumba Secondary School. Lumumba, msubiri kwa hapo kidogo. Tafadhali msimzibe mgeni rasmi. Ikiwezekana kama mnaweza mkainama kidogo chini ili mpate picha. Karibu Lumumba. Wakati huo Ben Bella Secondary mkiwa mnajiandaa. Ben Bella, tafadhali shule ninavyoitaja naomba mje kwa haraka. Wireless Secondary School, naomba msimame pale. Wireless Secondary School, naomba mkimbie kidogo, simameni kwa pale. Nikiwaita njoni na walimu Kisauke Secondary School, mjiandae, njoni kwa pale. Kisauke. Naomba Mikunguni muweze kukimbia kidogo, simameni kwa pale. Mikunguni. Mikunguni karibuni, mtainama kidogo, mko wengi. Naomba niwalete Jangwani Secondary School. Jangwani, haraka kidogo. Kisutu Girls Secondary School. Ninapotaja shule, walimu tafadhali naomba wanafunzi waje kwa haraka. Kisutu. Kisutu, naomba mkimbie. Naomba nilete Loyola Secondary School. Kimbieni tafadhali. Dar es Salaam Secondary School. Mje kwa haraka sana. Dar es Salaam Secondary School, naomba mkimbie. Na mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, baada ya picha hizi za sekondari, naomba sasa tuweze kutoa certificate kwa ngazi ya chuo. Naomba mkimbie sana. Mbeya University of Science and Technology. Mbeya University, naomba pale. NIT. Wakati huo St. Joseph University in Tanzania, mjiandae. NIT. St. Joseph University in Tanzania, naomba msimame kwa hapo. Naomba niwaite College of Information and Communication Technology, ICT. ICT kwa haraka kidogo. Wakati huo Water Institute wakijiandaa, WI. Water Institute, tukimbie kidogo. Dar es Salaam Institute of Technology, DIT. College of Engineering and Technology, COET. COET, naomba mjiandae. Nikaribishe Karume Institute of Technology. Karume Institute of Technology. Wakifuatiwa na vyuo vya amali Zanzibar. Wadhamini wote ambao wako ndani hapa na wakupata certificates, naomba niwaombe hapa. Wadhamini chap ambaye akupata certificates. Wadhamini ambaye akupata certificates naomba hapa. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, tunatambua pia uwepo na umuhimu mkubwa wa ushiriki wa ndugu zetu wahandisi kutoka taasisi nje ya nchi, yani Ghana pamoja na Zambia. Naomba sasa niweze kuwakaribisha our foreign delegate kutoka Ghana, tuweze kuwapa zawadi ndogo kutoka taasisi ya wahandisi Tanzania kitengo cha wanawake, all the way from Ghana. Karibuni sana. Makofi kwao, round of applause. Tukisema thank you so much for coming, yani asante sana kwa kuja. Wakifuatiwa na wageni kutoka Zambia. Karibuni sana Zambia. Mkishapokea wote mtapiga picha pamoja. After you receive, kindly stand there and you get a photo with the chief guest. Asante sana. Basi baada ya kusema hayo, tunashukuru sana Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi kwa zoezi hili zuri la kuweza kutoa tuzo na zawadi kwa vyuo sekondari, lakini pia kwa wageni wetu kutoka nje. Tukushukuru sana sana kwa uwepo wako, na sasa niweze kusema asante sana kwa kuweza kutufungia kongamano hili la 8 la wahandisi nchini Tanzania. Tunakushukuru sana, na nikuombe pamoja na wote mlioko hapo muweze kupanda meza kuu tuweze kupata vote of thanks kutoka kwa Director General Zawa. Karibuni sana, muweze kupanda juu. Makofi kwao. Naomba tumpigie tena makofi mgeni rasmi.
Wahandisi wanawake kwa maendeleo endelevu.
Na amependeza kweli kweli.
Wanaijenga Tanzania. Wahandisi wanawake kwa maendeleo endelevu. Wahandisi wanawake.
Asante, karibu uweze kuketi. Nimkaribishe sasa Director General Zawa, ndugu yetu Dr. Sala, aweze kutoa salamu za shukrani kwa mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi. Karibu sana Dr. Sala.
Weledi, ufanisi, umakini, uadilifu, wanawake wahandisi.
Tumpigie makofi DJ Zawa, mwanamke kiongozi wa nguvu 2023.
Walimu wa sayansi waongezwe mashuleni.
Assalamu alaikum. Honorable guest of honor, Madam Leila Mohamed Musa, the Minister of Education and Vocational Skills of Zanzibar, women engineers, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of this convention, I can say that protocol is very much observed. Good afternoon again, all of you. Honorable guest of honor, we have been here for 2 days since yesterday, and now we are towards the end of our event. And for this 8th Tanzania Women Engineers Convention exhibition, Tawece. On behalf of the organizing committee, we will most sincerely like to thank the President of Zanzibar and the Chairman of Revolutionary Council, His Excellency Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, who officially opened this event yesterday morning. In general, we are also thankful to the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar for the support and ensuring that this convention is successful, done in Zanzibar for the first time. Many thanks are directed to the presenters of papers, session chairs, exhibitors, and event sponsor of this convention. Many thanks go to all participants who attended and actively participated in this meeting. All sessions were very active and attractive. Honorable guest of honor, I would like also to take this opportunity again to congratulate all best female engineers who received award yesterday, Mama Mhandisi Award. It was yesterday night. It was a special and colorful night and a memorable one. I can say, Tawece, keep it up. Last but not least, many thanks go to Tawece Organizing Committee, who brought this very important meeting in Zanzibar. We feel very privileged and honored. Thank you very much, and the door is open for more conferences and meetings to come here in Zanzibar. On our own word, we say, Zanzibar ni njema, karibuni tena. I would like also to wish you all who are traveling from here to Zambia, Ghana, mainland, and all region in Tanzania, who came over to this very important meeting, I wish you safe journey. Thank you so much. Mgeni rasmi, tunakushukuru sana kwa kuja. Mgeni rasmi ni ndugu yangu, lazima nimtilie utani kidogo. Tunashukuru sana kwa time yako, tumekupa muda mfupi sana, very short notice, lakini nakufahamu. Na bahati nzuri sana umekuja hapa, wote uliowapa zawadi ni wanafunzi wako. Kwa hiyo imelenga, you are the right person to come here as a guest of honor for this closing ceremony. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Naomba tupige tena makofi kwa DG Zawa. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, baada ya salamu hizo za shukrani kutoka IT Women Chapter zilizowasilishwa na DG Zawa Dr. Sala, niseme tu asante na asante na asante sana. Tumefurahi kukuona, tunakushukuru kwa kufunga kongamano hili. Naomba wote tuweze kusimama pale mgeni rasmi meza kuu wanavotoka, na washiriki wengine tutaendelea kubaki tumesimama. Asante sana, karibu DJ. Makofi mengi. Kongamano la 8 oye. I'm a superwoman. Yeah, superwoman. Superwoman. Makofi tena. I'm a superwoman. I'm a superwoman. Yeah, superwoman. 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 Mwanamke imam, mwalimu wa kwanza duniani, tumboni alitubeba, akatulea, akatufundisha. Tucheze vya mwisho mwisho, kongamano linaisha. Naomba tusitoke, nina matangazo ya muhimu sana, naomba tusitoke. Asanteni sana, karibu wote muweze kuketi. Tafadhali sana wanafunzi, naomba msitoke, nina matangazo muhimu sana kwenu. Asante. Tangazo la kwanza ni kuhusiana na tour ambao wahandisi na wadau mbalimbali wataifanya kesho katika maeneo mbalimbali ya hapa Zanzibar. Tunafanya kazi sana, lakini kuna muda pia tunatakiwa tuweze kurelax, na kesho tutakuwa na tour moja nzuri sana. Tickets za tour kwa wale ambao wamelipia zinapatikana pale katika desk letu la registration. Na kwa upande wa safari itaanza saa 2 asubuhi, tutatokea Forodhani, na jioni tutakavyorudi magari yote yataweza kutushusha pale Forodhani. Kwa hiyo jitahidi sana uwepo Forodhani kabla ya saa 2 kamili, na saa 2 kamili magari hayo yataweza kuondoka. Na kwa wale ambao wataenda tour lakini labda mchana nataka akatishe safari na kuweza kurudi, kwa upande wa watu wenye cases kama hizo, mtakapokatisha safari mchana, basi mtajigharamia wenyewe ule usafiri wa kuweza kurudi na kuendelea na safari zenu nyingine. Na tour yetu ita include lunch, soft drinks, na nimeandikiwa hapa tangazo linasema kwa wale ambao mnapenda yale mambo yetu, basi mtabidi miabebe wenyewe. Kwa sasa hivi tour imefungwa, iko packed tayari, kwa hiyo hatutaweza kupokea tena malipo kwa mtu mwingine ambaye atataka kuweza kulipia baada ya ule muda ambao ulikuwa umewekwa. Nina tangazo kutoka Engineers Registration Board, ambapo wale graduate female engineers wote wa Zanzibar wanaomba wabaki hapa ukumbini upande ule wa kulia kwangu. Wataweza kuonana na mhandisi Veronica Ninalo kutoka ERB. Na tangazo jingine ni kuhusiana na fomu yetu